Movies are just a little bit over 100 years old. I mean, imagine being there 100 years into painting or theater. We don't know where this incredible journey is going from here, but to know that you think that I'm a meaningful part of it means the world to me.
Why so serious?
I started making films when I was a little kid. Borrowed my dad's Super 8 camera. I was about 7 years old. Started making films and I've kind of never stopped.
Seven.
It was a very special time in terms of blockbusters. So George Lucas's first Star Wars, A Spy Who Loved Me, was the Bond film at the time. I remember going to see that in the cinema. I think a lot of filmmakers, you come to film through the Hollywood blockbuster. Those are the big films that, as a kid, you wind up going to see. I did have a very special experience of going to see 2001 on a film print because Star Wars was so successful. They re-released that film the year after that. So I went to see that with my dad in Leicester Square.
But on the science fiction end, it's George Lucas and Ridley Scott. Well, Ridley Scott in general. I think for me, if you looked at Alien and you looked at Blade Runner, different cast, different stories, different worlds, but the same mind behind it. And I remember kind of figuring that out and going, okay, that's this guy, Ridley Scott, whoever he's the director. Maybe that's the job.
And when the time comes to pick a university, he goes to University College London to study English literature.
My interest in films has always been sort of overwhelming in terms of anything else going on in my life. And when I got to UCL, it was a film society, a student-run film society in the basement of the Bloomsbury Theatre. It's still there. And you were able to shoot 16mm films, and then in the Bloomsbury Theatre upstairs we would project 35mm films and use the proceeds from that to pay for filmmaking. So even though I was studying English literature, I think I spent most of my time making films, actually.
It's 1997. Nolan is 27. He lives in London and makes a living shooting corporate training videos, the kind of stuff you do to pay the rent.
Camera work and sound work for media training sessions for companies. And I actually learned a lot doing that kind of video camera work. I learned a lot about going into an environment, using a couple of lights, setting up very fast, and then having to do something to a very rigorous schedule.
He writes them, shoots them, edits them. Not a job, a dream.
With divisions in the United Kingdom and the United States, specializes in complete solutions for precision grinding.
And yeah, that's exactly what it was, grinding. That grind helped him finance Doodlebug. A weird, creepy short about a man hunting a bug that turns out to be a miniature version of himself. This surreal, odd little project cost Nolan around £200. Questionable investment, but it planted an idea in his mind. See what I did there?
How complex is the idea?
The idea was simple.
No idea is simple when you need to plant it in somebody else's mind.
If 8 minutes cost £200, then 80 minutes should cost £2,000.
If we shoot black and white film stock so that we can get a bit of an expressionist style cheaply and quickly, if we do it predominantly handheld camera, so we're not trying to ape larger movie-making techniques, things that actually require very expensive equipment, can you create a very stripped-down, very tight production machine that would then be applied to making a feature film?
And luckily, he already had a script for what those 80 minutes would be.
The following is my explanation, well, more of an account of what happened.
And somewhere around the time I was playing around with this idea, my apartment was actually burgled and broken into.
He comes home and the place is turned inside out. Police, paperwork. But Nolan can't stop thinking about the burglars. Not because of what they stole. I mean, what can you steal from a guy who's been saving for months just to make a short film?
But I was very struck by seeing my drawers had been emptied out and all this kind of stuff in our place when it was broken into, and thinking about what was going through the burglar's head as he did that.
I'm writing about burglars about a friend of mine who breaks into people's houses.
He's obsessed with their point of view. How did they picture him? What did they think of his music taste? What story did his personal stuff tell about him?
He's got taste.
Used to his own, but he's a sad fucker with no social, huh?
And so I used my experience of being burgled. I was interested in the sense of violation that accompanied finding your door broken down and realizing that the door was never really keeping anybody out. What was keeping people out was the respect we have for each other's individuality and privacy. And I became interested in different ways in which different characters might break those protocols.
So the burglar figure that came into the film, that came into the script as Kolo,
My name's Cop.
just seemed to me to be an interesting extrapolation of that same impulse to connect with people against their wishes and break down these barriers that we will try and respect between ourselves and strangers that, as I say, we're in physical proximity to the whole time.
You don't look like a burglar. Sounds like a compliment. Are you interested now?
So yeah, these thieves got away with his tape deck, but left behind the idea for his debut film. He didn't sit on it either. He started making it immediately. Casting was easy. Friends, unpaid.
People just brought their own lunch and made their own costumes or wore their own clothes. And
Shooting at locations which we would often find out, where we were shooting just the day before we would film.
Jerry Theobald, who plays the protagonist, it was shot in his apartment, where he was really living.
What are we, burglars or vandals?
We shot on the streets that we were walking around every day.
And we shot in friends' houses, parents of friends' houses. But the actors and I had rehearsed for about 6 months before we started shooting anything, so they were so well versed in the scenes they could just adapt it to a new setting quite easily.
During the week, his buddies still work their 9-to-5s, so evenings are for rehearsals, and Saturdays are for shooting.
Well, that sounds fine.
They shoot exactly as much as Nolan can afford in film stock, often no more than 15 minutes.
I've been having quite a lot of days like that.
When you have no money to buy film stock and no money to process it with, it's a pretty frightening thing to let the camera run. There was an extraordinary pressure on the actors to deliver first time.
But because of all the rehearsal time, they can usually nail a shot in a single take, which also helps them disappear from restaurants and streets before anyone can find them for filming without permits.
That's not funny.
Having to be very quick. Got very lucky in terms of not too many people looking into the camera, which is the thing that kills shots for you when people get interested in what you're doing and look over to the camera. But we managed to get enough.
I think it worked out that I could shoot a 2.5 to 1 ratio. That is to say, for every 2.5 minutes of film you shoot, you could get a minute of finished film. I mean, the ratio on a standard film would be 15 to 1, something like that. On something like The Dark Knight, it's like 400 to 1.
You're crazy. I'm not. No, I'm not.
It's just every film, it increases exponentially. But when you think about slating each take and all that stuff we're having to do, you're basically having to tell the actors they've got to make the film really with just first takes and the occasional second take.
Okay.
It's shot in black and white for the same reason: budget. Color is expensive. Black and white is cheaper and easier to light.
I mean, it suited the type of very sort of film noir kind of story that I wanted to tell. But I also knew that having to light with very few lights very quickly.
The speed with which we were going to have to work, the conditions under which we were going to have to film a scene, to try and do that with color lighting and color photography, it would be very, very difficult to get anything acceptable looking, anything with any feeling of style. The nice thing about black and white is you eliminate one massive set of variables in terms of balancing your lights with the natural daylight that's around and so forth. And so you're able to, just with a couple of lights, throw up some interesting lighting, get something that has a certain style to it.
So wherever possible, as I have there, I've tried to just use the lamps in the background and just really throw up some interesting shadows.
Nolan also messes with the structure to disorient you.
I wanted to write a script that was effectively this non-linear structure that came together as a kind of modular story, whereby you kind of get the headline version of events to begin with, this hint of things to come, of what the story is going to represent. And then I wanted the story to have these parallel narrative timelines that we would cut between, and in that way expand the story in 3 dimensions at once. The way that we receive stories in everyday life, even conversationally, the way that we will reorder information and make peculiar narrative connections, rather than just telling the story chronologically.
In his debut, he constantly plays with time using 3 timelines, like the dream lasagna in Inception.
A dream within a dream. 2 levels. 3.
Simple as that. A year of this insanity later, and Nolan has a movie in his hands.
I think what Following represents is kind of the the peak of what I was able to do on my own or just with friends.
Funny note, UK indie festival critics weren't impressed when Nolan brought Following over.
We're unlucky. Don't worry about it, it won't happen again.
Later, he called Britain's film scene a closed club for snobs and took the film to the US. He screened it at the Slam Dance Film Festival. Sundance's punk little nephew, basically.
We had great screenings there, and it was a very great platform for us, really, and secured us distribution for the film, and it got played in, like at the New York, we played for a week in Film Forum in New York and places like that.
The kind of theaters where people go to watch movies with subtitles. Following made about 50 grand.
Money, bundles of fucking money.
Then The Dark Knight made $1 billion, all in less than 10 years. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's rewind. It's the summer of '96, on a road trip from Chicago to Los Angeles. Cruising in an old Honda Civic, Christopher and Jonathan Nolan are doing what they love most. Chatting it up about music, movies, and talking shop.
He was talking about the films that he wanted to make.
And on the course of the drive, when we'd run out of things to talk about, he told me he had a story that he was writing, this short story, and it was about this guy who had this condition.
A condition?
It's my memory.
Amnesia.
No. It's different from that. I have no short-term memory.
Because it's something that always is not a very common condition, but it's something that they talk about a lot in Psych 101, which I had just taken because it's so illuminating about the human mind, the fragility of the human mind.
Back in the 50s, epilepsy was treated by removing a part of the limbic system. As a result, patients developed a side effect called anterograde amnesia. The damaged hippocampus couldn't form new memories.
And he got really quiet. And I knew it's this little brother thing, right? When I'd show up with a piece of music or a movie or something that he hadn't found, usually the relationship was so one-sided that when you showed up with something and you realized, oh shit, this is kind of cool, they get a little quiet.
I'd never heard of it before, and I thought it was pretty fascinating. And he combined it with this idea of a quest for revenge, and a guy who'd taken to trying to systematize his life and put information on his body in the form of tattoos. And I started to realize that my little kid brother had figured some things out and really had a talent, and I've exploited him mercilessly ever since. He was exploring different ways of doing it. The first thing I said to him was, if you could find a way of writing that short story from the first person, sort of subjectively, that would be an incredible thing. If you could put somebody in the head of somebody who couldn't make new memories, who was suffering from this kind of trouble, that would be amazing.
So where are you? You're in some motel room? You just wake up and you're in a motel room?
I said to him, well, can I take it and write a screenplay from it while you work on your story, and get it the way you want? And he said yes, which was lucky.
I sat down to write it and I thought, oh shit, okay, this is the wrong, inspiration coming to the wrong brother. This is a visual story, and I'm gonna write a cool story out of it. But it really is inherently visual. Like, it'd be so much more efficient to just show this guy taking his shirt off and realizing with kind of horror that he's turned himself.
A couple months later, Jonathan sent him a draft titled Memento Mori. Chris immediately turned the story into a screenplay. He changed the characters and threw out almost everything from the original text. He drew more inspiration from Graham Swift's book, Waterland, borrowing its rejection of chronological order and the use of an unreliable narrator who is just as confused by the plot as the audience.
Okay, so what am I doing? Oh, I'm chasing this guy. No, he's chasing me.
To me, it had always been a problem to come up with the appropriate reason for the narrator being unreliable. Because to me, it's never been interesting enough if the guy is just lying or if he's dreaming. But in this idea of my brothers, I found a sort of perfect jumping off point to explore that idea of seeing the world through this very distorted point of view of one particular person.
On top of that, Nolan plunges the audience directly into the protagonist's mind.
Into the head of this character with a very peculiar perceptual distortion, a very unusual way of looking at the world. If we deny the audience the information that he's denied, we take away the audience's short-term memory. And my approach to doing that was to effectively tell the story backwards. That way, when we meet a character, we don't know, just like the protagonist, how he's met that person, whether he's even met that person before, or whether or not they should be trusted. We were really trying to make the audience question their own process of memory a little bit, the way we did when we were making the film. People often refer to Memento as having a non-linear structure, but it isn't. It's very linear, more so than a conventional film. You actually can't remove a scene from the film because each scene depends on its relationship with the preceding scene and the one that follows.
You really do need a system if if you're gonna make it work.
But there was one problem. In the 90s, Christopher Nolan wasn't the Christopher Nolan yet. A confusing script from a rookie director whose debut feature felt more like a successful student project didn't exactly have people rushing to invest.
The good thing was when you showed it to people, they either loved it or they hated it. There was nothing in between, and people couldn't fake it. And so you wound up working with the right people.
That's where Christopher's girlfriend, Emma Thomas, steps in. She believed in the script enough to put it in front of someone who could actually say yes. A film executive named Aaron Ryder. Ryder reads it and says it's perhaps the most innovative script he had ever seen.
It's good.
Yeah, but you read it like 1,000 times.
I enjoy it.
And just like that, the script turns into a real movie with a budget of $4.5 million.
When I look back at the leaps I've made in my career and the progression of films, there's no question that Memento was by far the biggest leap I ever had to take, because however small it might seem as a commercial proposition compared to these big films, you've gone from making a movie on weekends with your friends and your own money to having name actors who you've seen in huge movies and then spending millions of dollars of somebody else's money. It's a huge responsibility.
Up until then, Nolan had been shooting, editing, and moving the sets all by himself. But once it's a real production, you need a full crew. People who each do one job, and you have to follow union rules and pay real rates. Nolan later described it as an in-between world. You can kind of afford certain things, but you can't quite afford to pay people properly. And so it seems like you don't have the money to do anything.
Can't work, can't do shit.
The script traveled through the hands of many of Hollywood's elite, including Brad Pitt, who took an interest but couldn't commit because of the intense filming schedules for Fight Club and Snatch. Chris was determined to get a star in his cast and discussed the script with Charlie Sheen and Aaron Eckhart, but ultimately chose a lesser-known actor. The Australian actor Guy Pearce had only just been discovered thanks to LA Confidential, but in LA itself, he was still viewed as an unproven rising star.
Guy Pearce was suggested to me by the producer. I had seen LA Confidential and I had seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, but I hadn't really thought about the actor as the same actor from both films. And once I realized that this is an actor who's done these two roles, you look at these two films and you say, this actor can do absolutely anything he sets his mind to.
So I knew they were out to Brad Pitt and they were out to all these, fab people. I was like, well, there's no way I'm going to do this. And I think for them, it felt like it was a risk, hence the reason they passed on it. And I was like, I'll do it.
I met with him and sat and talked about the script, and he wasn't at all what I'd had in mind. I'd imagined somebody older with more obviously a history to him. When I spoke to him, I realized that he just had such a passion for the script, and you just go with that. You say, okay, I had something else in my head or whatever, but he seemed absolutely perfect.
Aside from the structure of it, the emotional nature of it, I got immediately as soon as I read the script.
In the case of Memento, I think it was very much Guy Pearce's performance that opened the film up emotionally for people. I think that when I wrote it in a very cold way. I wrote it as a puzzle. I was interested in the puzzle of it. I had, in trying to be clever in a sense, I'd sort of grasped at these tropes from film noir and crime fiction, Jim Thompson, people like that. But I had done it, I think, in a quite intellectual way, if you like. What Guy did is he made it emotional for an audience. And that opened the film up in a way that I valued tremendously. And it changed the way I write, because I realized that that's really what the audience connects with in the immediate moment of the images, passing before them.
How am I supposed to heal if I can't feel time?
The only thing which worried Nolan was Guy's appearance.
You were so fit, so buff. Were you working out every day?
I used to work out a lot. I was actually a bodybuilder when I was quite young.
The guy liked the script so much that he lost over 30 pounds for the role.
I'm disciplined and organized.
He was the ideal candidate for the debuting director, who had not only found his Leonard Shelby, but had saved some serious coin as well.
How do you know that? Oh shit, that's true, it fits.
The search for the actress to play Natalie ended after Nolan saw The Matrix. Christopher offered the role to Carrie-Anne Moss.
Well, that's me.
Interestingly, Carrie-Anne Moss was actually the first actor that we cast. She was very hot off the first Matrix at the time, and just liked the script, responded to it, and was someone I wanted to work with. And she came on board early on and said she would do it.
Honestly, I think that's my best work. I'm pretty good at judging my own work, and it was like this magical vortex that I entered into creatively at that particular moment in time. And I just felt like I stepped into that reality and lived in that in that world for those 8 days, and it was effortless from action to cut, completely effortless. And I have never had that experience since then.
Do I owe you any?
I wasn't helping you for money.
And then I met Joey Pants through her.
She called me up and she said, there's a part in there for you, it's great. So I reached out to my agent and I had a lunch with Chris Nolan at a coffee house. I called my agent, I said, it went well, but I'm not the guy, he doesn't want me for this.
Because of his familiarity, everybody's got their favorite Joey Pants film and have that association where they think they know who this guy's going to be.
I know what you're thinking. Because right now I'm thinking the same thing.
He believed that they would immediately think that I was the bad guy. And he didn't want that. He wanted more of an ambiguous turn.
Yeah, I think it was your sinister mustache.
Fuck you.
It so happened that their first choice was who they went with.
And then the actor that they offered it to refused to work for so little. So I was lucky enough to, get the part and work for free.
It's been fun, Lenny. The role of Teddy is arguably one of the best of his career, and most of his improvisations and ideas made it to the final edit of the picture.
I've had more rewarding friendships than this one. Although I do get to keep telling the same jokes.
Stephen Tobolowsky received his role thanks to his personal experience.
I met Chris and sat down and I just said, I need to be in this movie. And he said, well, what part do you have to have? And I said, I have to do Sammy Jenkins. And he said, there's not a lot to read for Sammy Jenkins. I said, well, I'm not going to read for you, Chris. But this is why I want to be in this movie. When actors in LA read this script, everybody is going to want to be in this movie. But I have one thing I think that no other actor that sees you will have. And I am the only actor you are going to meet who's actually had amnesia. I know what it is. And Chris goes, you have? I said, yeah, I had an operation for kidney stones. And because I'm a big guy, I'm 6'3", 200 pounds, they were doing an experimental drug on me. They do for big people, to where they give them this shot instead of knocking them out and making them unconscious. It makes them forget. Just like any other general anesthetic you have, it takes like a week or so for it to work out of your system afterwards. So after I'm home and well, I would be, boom, born at this moment, and I'm standing in our living room and I'm holding half of a glass of water. And I did not know if I was headed to the kitchen to get more water, or if I was mid-drink, I didn't know where I was. There was one time where I was standing over the toilet and I'm holding little Steve in my hand. And I cannot figure out if I had peed or if I was waiting to, and my wife is in the bedroom in the next room and she goes, you finished 10 minutes ago, zip up and get out. I did something wrong.
You did something wrong. Now we're gonna deal with it. We'll figure out. We're gonna try a little harder.
So I knew what it was to be born in that moment and not know where you were or what you were doing.
He amazed Christopher with his deep understanding of the character's mindset. Stephen ad-libbed almost every line that ended up in the final cut.
Pick up any 3 objects. That's a test? Hey, where were you guys when I did my CPA?
There's always one kind of part that seems to be a splinter in a piece of wood. Like it seems to be this small part, and it always provides a gift to the movie.
Remember Sammy Jenkins? Remember Sammy Jenkins? Great story, gets better every time you tell it.
But the main improv talent was Guy Pearce. Stephen and Guy improvised all of their black and white scenes together. Later, Guy went to the studio to record the internal monologue parts, and Nolan gave him complete creative freedom.
Awake.
The majority of these lines were also made up on the fly.
Where am I? Motel room.
Nolan's experience of backyard filmmaking with a small budget helped him to film the picture in 25 days while driving around the outskirts of Los Angeles.
Part of the reason we were able to do that is because Guy could repeat something he'd done exactly. So all the insert work, all the close-ups of writing notes and this kind of thing, he did all that himself.
And all that black and white stuff was scheduled to be the last 2 days of the shoot. And I was rehearsing those scenes on my own in my motel room every weekend when we were having breaks in between filming. And I kept saying to Aaron Ryder, our producer, I said, we're not going to get all that in just 2 days. It's a lot of stuff I'm doing because I'm folding notes and tattooing and on the phone, and there's just tons of stuff I had to do. And in the last week he came to me and said, I've got a gift for you. I went, oh, really? It's very kind of you. What is it? And he said, day 26.
That's why you're so good at it.
The main location was a motel. Nolan chose it because of its confusing layout, which reflected the complexity of the film.
So how many rooms am I checked into in this shithole?
Just 2. So far. We talked a lot about not referencing too obviously the cinematic idea of what film noir is. If you look at a film like Double Indemnity, there are scenes set in a supermarket. It's actually a very ordinary, everyday reality. If you're going to do that now, you have to be very contemporary and not, have guys in fedoras kind of walking around. The kind of environment where you would wake up with no memory and it would be very difficult for you to orient yourself and identify exactly where you are. So with the motel, for example, we spent a lot of time looking for something that was realistic and ordinary and yet in some way expressive of the story.
There were over 100 time jumps in Memento.
Best way to draw it is as a hairpin. That's basically the end of the movie. This stuff is the black and white stuff. This is color, and this is running backwards as a series of jumps. And what we do is we cut between the two the whole way through. So we alternate scene here, scene there, scene there, scene there, scene there, scene there, and they meet towards the end of the film.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. We'll take a color scene, and then we'll cut to a black and white scene that's shorter in length. And then we come back to the color scene. And we basically, as these are going essentially backwards in time, we sort of leapfrogging, and we wind up repeating the beginning of a scene at the end of another scene, and vice versa. And in that way, we use repetitions of certain parts of scenes to clue the audience into where they are chronologically. And that's the rhythm of the film over the entire course of the movie.
Well, you're not going to remember anyway. You don't have to be that honest, Bert.
But then within this, you have flashbacks to a different timeline, which is actually even earlier, somewhere around there.
Fuck you.
The events of this scene play backward, while the sound effects play in the correct order.
Because backward sound is not something we can ever hear.
The reverse processing of the Polaroid is a metaphor for Leonard's fading memory. For viewers who wanted to see the story unfold linearly, the film in chronological order was added to a collector's edition DVD. Though to watch it, you had to pass a memory test.
Well, the film is all about memory, so this seems very appropriate. If you reorder the elements of the story chronologically, logically it holds together. I felt that was important, that logically it would hold together. But it tells a completely different story. It's pretty much unwatchable. It's just this guy being abused by people around him and all the rest.
I can say whatever I want and you won't remember. I could call your wife a fucking whore and we can still be friends.
Calm down.
Easy for you to say. You can't get scared. You don't know how, you fucking idiot.
I've never actually watched it that way. I just looked at the opening sequence, which had become the closing sequence, and they had run it backwards. And what I got a real kick out of is that David Julian's music, for the first time in his entire career, became happy when you play it backwards. and I just found that sort of kind of thrilling. And so I said, okay, you could put it on there, but as a hidden extra.
As an Easter egg, the Honda Civic in this scene next to the main character's car is the director's own, the very car in which Christopher and Jonathan first conceived the idea for Memento. The film is full of similar symbolic details, from the tattoo salon named in honor of Emma Thomas, to Teddy's number, which coincides with Marla Singer's from Fight Club. Nolan added a myriad of interesting details for attentive viewers.
You bluff it to seem less of a freak.
He spent 6 months editing, and a year later, his work would be hailed as a breakthrough. But at this point, he still had yet to secure a theatrical release.
No conspiracy, just bad fucking luck.
Because he didn't have enough money, Chris was forced to cut out a few songs from the soundtrack. He had dreamed of incorporating Radiohead's Paranoid Android into the finale. But but the rights to it cost more than all the songs on the soundtrack put together.
For Christ's sakes.
It took 6 months of preparation for Memento to be premiere ready.
We got to the end of it and I thought, why does everyone complain about Hollywood? This is easy. We showed up, we had a good idea for a movie, we made a good movie. And then we tried to sell it. We screened it for all these movie theaters and we get completely blanked, right? No one wanted it. Oh, I thought it was great. Okay, well, how much do you want to, how much do you want to offer, right? We would have taken, at this point, not a lot of money.
Everybody passed, and none of the independent distributors of the time, of the day, thought that it could connect with an audience.
There's such contempt for the audience. That the audience was a bunch of fucking idiots. That they wouldn't get it. And I thought to myself, God, I've met some of these executives. Like, they're not, what makes you think you're that much smarter than the audience? Because you're not. I started writing a resume. I was like, oh shit, okay, well I guess this didn't work out.
Somebody's got to pay, Lenny. Somebody always pays.
At the end of the day, Newmarket hired a guy called Bob Burney.
Who is a man with a high testicular content. Big balls.
And they set up a distribution company that did very well with the film, and then continued after that to do better and better, and became a big force in independent distribution in the years after.
This risky move exceeded all expectations. The film made over $40 million and brought fame to all who took part in it. Christopher was especially pleased by the praise from neurophysiologists who said that Memento depicted memory and its functions better than any other artistic work.
I've told you this before, haven't I?
Yeah, I don't mean to mess with you, but it's so weird.
Nolan spent the spring and summer of 2001 at festivals and going on a promotional tour. Early the following year, he attended the Golden Globes and the Oscars, where he was nominated for Best Original Screenplay. Technically, he should have been nominated for the Best Adapted Screenplay, but wasn't because Jonathan only published Memento Mori in Esquire magazine 2 months after the film came out. Unfortunately, Nolan did not receive a single statuette.
Yeah, it's tough. It's almost impossible.
But if we fast forward, we find out that 15 years later, Memento would be inducted into the National Film Registry, because the Library of Congress recognized it as being of cultural, aesthetic, and historical value.
I think our film, perhaps more than any other, benefited from people's willingness to see something a little different from what everybody else was offering, and I think that everybody would do well to have a lot of faith in audiences, because certainly in our case, they came to see our film, and I'm very grateful to them. So thank you all.
Next, Christopher Nolan made what may have been the most important film of his career. Nolan's Insomnia actually begins in Norway, land of the fjords and existential crisis. That's where the original film was released in 1997. In the Scandinavian version, a detective, played naturally by Stellan Skarsgård, travels north to investigate a murder, chases a suspect through the fog, and accidentally kills his own partner. The killer sees it happen, and just like that, a standard detective story turns into a thriller that wrong-foots even seasoned fans of the genre.
In a Scandinavian sort of way.
It's neo-noir with no dark Chicago streets, just picturesque countryside and a sun that never leaves. A heavy, suffocating mood paired with an unusually daring premise. Hollywood loves remaking films like that, usually by stripping out everything that made the original worth remaking in the first place. Subtext, atmosphere, melancholy, they hate all of it. Everything has to be explicit, fast, and action-packed. The American version of Insomnia probably would have suffered the same fate if the script hadn't caught Christopher Nolan's attention.
I saw Insomnia right when it first came out in the States in about '97, and I heard that Warner Brothers were going to do a remake. They had a script that was just tremendous and had really tapped into a lot of the things that I'd hoped an American remake of this film would.
And I was really interested in taking this fascinating kind of moral paradox at the heart of this and making people feel very differently with basically the same narrative, the same events. This is going to be a realistic film. We don't want to shoot this film to look like the standard Hollywood psychological thriller. We want to approach it from a realistic point of view.
After Memento, Nolan went to the Oscars and won over a good chunk of Hollywood. One of the people he impressed was Steven Soderbergh, who personally vouched for him to Warner Brothers. And other Memento admirers quickly signed on for the lead roles.
When I saw Memento, which was another Christopher Nolan film, his first one.
Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, that it had that thing where people were just coming out kind of going, they're actually almost in the state of the character, where they're kind of wondering, did I see that? Or there's people wondering, I gotta get a tattoo, see the movie again.
Al Pacino and Robin Williams were eager to work with the hottest new filmmaker in Hollywood, especially with source material this strong.
You'd see it right away, wouldn't you?
I was certainly nervous going to meet Al for the first time because, I mean, this is an icon. This is somebody with such an incredible history. But he makes you feel at ease right away.
You're the same distorted, pathetic freak I've been dealing with for 30 years.
Pacino was handed one of the most psychologically demanding roles of his career. To prepare for the role, Pacino and Nolan conducted dozens of interviews with people suffering from insomnia and developed a visual style of the film based on their stories.
You and I had a lot of time together when we would talk about what the script
which was important.
It was important. It became our rehearsal.
Nolan then added another layer, tension between the protagonist and his partner, forcing both the character and us to question whether the shooting was really an accident at all.
When you do something wrong by accident, immediately, and this is something Al was very insistent on, that it's immediate.
It's all there in his eyes, and it's really incredible what this actor can communicate through his eyes.
I spent my life doing this, my life.
Then there was Robin Williams.
But, initially I wanted to do a movie called Amnesia, but I
forgot about it.
Yeah. But, I forgot about it.
Walking warmth, humor, and charm. Not normally the qualities that come to mind when you're casting a serial killer.
When you cast against type, the way we did with Robin, in an attempt, hopefully a successful one, to balance the presence of Al Pacino playing a cop, we wanted somebody the audience would be fascinated to see with him on screen, but for completely different reasons. So Robin seemed ideal for that purpose.
When I met him, he totally had understood what I was after with the character, which is he's a very ordinary person. He's not, Hannibal Lecter.
And Robin does a wonderful job of just keeping everything very small, very precise, and very ordinary.
I would watch tapes of, different, murderous serial killers and just find some of the behavioral things about how casual they were about talking about hideous things, and find that behavior and find that kind of, the very rational behavior that deals with the irrational act. And that for me was fascinating.
But what I found with the audience is he's so logical through his performance. He's so convincing, and he has such positive associations as a movie star. People really want to believe him until a very, very late point in the film. It's quite amazing how far they'll go with this guy.
It took you 10 minutes to beat Kid Kano to death. 10 fucking minutes.
Williams plays him as a quiet, open-faced man, drawing inspiration from archival footage of Bundy, Manson, and mostly Jeffrey Dahmer.
I remember watching a documentary about Jeffrey Dahmer, and they asked him, he said, what did you store, when you started cutting up the bodies, what did you do? And he said, well, I stored them in a case exactly like that camera case right there. And you could see the interviewer go, okay, let's cut. That's it for today, thank you. We'll be right back with Cooking with Jeffrey, And yeah, the creepier, the more normal and regular it seems, the creepier it is, because that's the way it is.
You ever have that happen, Will? I just wanted to stop her laughing, that's all.
Just 3 years after moving to Los Angeles, Nolan was handed a $50 million wad of cash and allowed to write the final draft of the screenplay. An astonishing vote of confidence. That's not just the second strange thing about Insomnia. It's also the reason this film mattered so much to his career.
How would you explain that one?
One bad scheduling call, one budget overrun, one clash with a star, and his career could have been over at the starting gate. And considering how and where this movie was shot, the odds of everything going smoothly were lower than the odds of getting caught in an avalanche. Foreshadowing, anyone? Nature doesn't care about producers, shooting schedules, or the Al Pacinos of this world. Nolan learned that firsthand on the second day of filming in British Columbia. An avalanche came down in the middle of a take and stopped just yards from their camp. Footage of it was even caught by the assistant DP's camera. 2 days later, at another location, a lakeside house, another avalanche hit. And once again, the sets and equipment somehow survived untouched. Luck stayed with Nolan during the fog sequence as well, the pivotal scene that sets the rest of the film in motion.
All the fog throughout the entire sequence is real in the sense that we made it on the day and actually shot in that environment, and there aren't any post-production effects or no digital effects in the sequence. And I was very keen to do that, and I'm very proud of the way that we managed to pull that off.
Hold it! Who's there?
There wasn't a single road leading to the shoot, so the crew had to transport equipment on a rented barge.
I guess the labor came in on boats, the carpenters came in on boats, but all the materials for the cabin came in via helicopter. And I think they made between 40 and 60 helicopter runs to get all that stuff in.
The chase scenes took place on jagged, rocky ground, so special rails and platforms had to be built just to position the cameras. And then, of course, there was the fog itself. To create it, technicians with smoke machines walked the shoreline, while boats circled nearby carrying heavier equipment.
And I was really keen to be in the fog with Dormer going through this environment. The problem is you can make as much fog as you like. As soon as a breath of wind comes up, it disappears and changes density and all the rest. So to get it thick and to sit there, the location actually worked very well because there were these enormous boulder walls around them, and it kept the wind off a little bit. So we were able to create enough fog to just see things through and to put the actors right into the fog the way they would be. And I think it really helped with the tension of it.
The chase across the floating logs was just as impressive.
The shot of the logs in the water was one of our initial scouts and gave us the idea to shoot the log boom sequence from a high angle looking down.
To keep the actors safe, the crew created dozens of fake logs, which allowed them to shoot almost the entire sequence with minimal stunt work.
I was able to do it this time, a few shots of cortisone and encouragement. You can do it, Al, you can do it.
To me, an action set piece only becomes interesting when it relates to the story in some way, to what's going on for the character. And for this character, he is, he's against this ticking clock and he's in this incredibly claustrophobic situation. And I really wanted to use this action set piece to exaggerate that or emphasize that.
Filming lasted 2 months, and Christopher then spent more than 6 months in the editing room. But before we discuss how Insomnia made its way into theaters, we have to talk about the third strange thing about this picture, its story. What's hiding beneath it? The cop, the killer, the murders. All of that is secondary here. We learn who the murderer is halfway through the film.
I didn't murder her. I killed her, but it just ended up that way.
The hero gradually becomes a villain himself. Even the honest, naive young detective is willing to compromise her principles by the end.
You didn't mean to do it, and I know that, even if you don't.
If there is one moral force in this film, it's the sun.
We wanted to make a very dark film that had ever-present light, which was an interesting idea to us, to sort of make a very dark film where the sun is basically always out.
The one thing that refuses to let anyone hide from their conscience. The weather becomes a kind of serene judge.
So when does it get dark around here?
It doesn't. And the use of light in the movie is one of those that we thought a lot about, because ultimately it's not the light that's keeping him awake. Ultimately it's guilt, it's the things he's tortured by. But it seemed to me that somebody in that mental state, somebody in that hyper situation, in this extraordinary situation he's in, becomes incredibly sensitive. Normally, the blind would be fine. I mean, because people are always asking me, they're like, well, don't they have better blinds up in Alaska? The truth is, no, they don't, because they don't need them, because most of us are then able to deal with that and to normalize ourselves. And he's not, through all the things pressuring him. He's in this incredibly heightened state.
It's so fucking bright in here. Yeah.
No, it's dark in here.
Nolan's editing is part of the storytelling itself, once again placing the viewer inside the protagonist's fractured state of mind. And then there's that shot of the windshield wipers. That's Nolan in a nutshell. These strange little details put you in a trance, yet still serve the story and are executed with absolute virtuosity.
I'm just saying that's how it looks. I mean, maybe even how it feels.
Critics felt the same way. When Insomnia was released in May 2002, Nolan was showered with praise. He successfully stepped out of the independent film niche and proved that his talent went far beyond clever nonlinear storytelling. Even Roger Ebert, never the easiest critic to impress, noted that the film had managed to reinvent the original.
Christopher Nolan is a director in his own right who is not just making a remake, because oftentimes these Hollywood versions of European movies are really trashing the original.
And as if to confirm it, Eric Schulbjerg, the director and co-creator of the original Insomnia, praised Nolan's version as a high-quality film with inspired direction. When a film is remade like this, the audience gets to enjoy both versions equally. And audiences did. Over the following months, Insomnia grossed more than $110 million worldwide, a stellar result for an R-rated thriller.
And?
The Warner Brothers, and meant even more than that. They had found a young, ambitious director who could handle a large budget, brutal location logistics, and the egos of Oscar-winning actors who had practically asked to be in his movie. But before Warner Brothers handed him that next step, Nolan tried to make something else, the best film he would ever not make.
I had actually spent that year writing a script about Howard Hughes.
Hughes being the famous aviator and big mogul. He builds aircrafts, is obsessed with cinema, and has severe OCD. Oh, and he also likes urinating in bottles. The ultimate character.
I was very happy with the script when I wrote it. It was kind of the most fun, not the most fun, but the best writing experience I think I've had.
Then he goes out and gets Jim Carrey for the lead.
Yeah, I'd seen Memento and I just loved it. I just thought that was such an original approach and just terrific. And we were talking about Howard Hughes. I was very interested in doing the story, and so suddenly it popped into my head, Chris Nolan, this guy I had been thinking about. I just wanted to meet and tell him how much I admired his work.
I labored over for a very long time and, couldn't crack it. And I finally cracked it just as they went into production on The Aviators. That's Hollywood, right?
God, Hollywood talk bores me, silly. As if there aren't more important things in the world.
So he went looking for his next thing. And Hollywood was about to hand him the single most cursed franchise it owned. This is the Batman before Christopher Nolan. Yes, the one with nipples.
Very nice.
In 1997, Batman and Robin came out and turned the biggest superhero on Earth into a neon fever dream. The film was colorful, stylish, inappropriately erotic, and painfully unfunny.
Tonight's forecast. A freeze is coming.
It's gone down as one of the worst blockbusters in movie history.
If there's anybody watching this that went into Batman and Robin with great anticipation, if I disappointed them in any way, then I really want to apologize, because it wasn't my intention. My intention was just to entertain them.
Warner Brothers suffered so much financial damage that they were terrified to even mention Batman for years. But once they finally listened to reboot pitches, what they heard terrified them even more.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Picture Clint Eastwood as Bruce Wayne.
You're kidding me.
Now make him homeless. Put him on the streets of Tokyo. Call it Gotham anyway. Remove Alfred. Replace him with Big Al, a black mechanic who takes Bruce in after his parents get shot. The concept felt like Taxi Driver in a batsuit.
You talking to me? Well, then who the hell else are you talking? You talking to me?
It came from the mind of the guy who made that 2-hour drug ad. But even Darren Aronofsky himself knew it would never work.
I don't think I was the right guy at the right time. It was rated R. It was definitely, I think, a whole world of superhero films had to first come out to scrape the bottom of that barrel before they would go to rated R films like some of the later ones.
Who knows?
Kids buy Batman toys. Studios love Batman toys. Studios don't like R-rated Batman movies about a half-insane street vigilante raised by a mechanic.
Nobody eats that shit.
Other names floated in. The Wachowskis even worked on their own take for a bit, then walked away to make the Matrix sequels. So Batman dropped right back into developmental hell, and he might have stayed there if not for Troy. Yes, that Troy. Brad Pitt in sandals. Somehow, that movie ended up saving Batman.
Sometimes you have to serve in order to lead.
Back in 2002, Wolfgang Peterson had just made Air Force One and The Perfect Storm, so Warner Brothers handed him almost $200 million without even blinking. He was deep into prepping when he suddenly decided to jump ship to work on Batman vs. Superman. That left the studio holding an empty director's chair for Troy, and here comes Christopher Nolan. The Warner folks took a risk on the promising young director and trusted him with Troy. Nolan spent months prepping and was all set to shoot. But then, Peterson's superhero movie failed. He wanted to make a retired Batman clash with a divorced Superman in a dark, R-rated, blood-splashing gore fest, which is predominantly the reason this and previous reboots got canceled. Peterson didn't take no lightly. He demanded Troy back, effectively firing Nolan from his big break. So, how did Warner smooth things over with Nolan? They offered him the opportunity to reboot Batman. Because nothing has ever gone wrong with that idea, right?
Have no fear of it. I'll keep all my wits about me.
Luckily for Warner Brothers, Nolan didn't want either the nipples from the 90s or a bloodfest. He wanted to take another crack at what he had already proven he was good at, a psychological crime thriller. But there was one issue. Nolan wasn't a comic book guy.
I've always been a big fan of the character, but I am by no means any kind of comic book expert. I felt I needed a writer on the project who really knew the character inside out, really knew the comic world.
Warner hired David Goyer, the screenwriter who practically invented the dark comic book movie with The Crow and Blade.
You might like it. I remember telling my mother when I was a kid that I was going to go to Hollywood one day and do a Batman film. And in a way, I'd been waiting my whole life for this call.
Along with production designer Nathan Crowley, they locked themselves inside Nolan's actual garage, hammering out the story and posting concept art to the walls.
It was in August in LA in the garage with the washing machines, so we had to take the day off when the cleaner came around because they'd leave the dryers on and get way too hot.
7 weeks later, in that same garage, they hosted a meeting with the studio Fat Cats to read the single physical copy of the script.
After we finished the script, no photocopies were made for the executives at Warner Brothers. They came to Chris's house and sat in that same garage. They brought in some couches and read the script there.
Why in the garage? I mean, if you've heard about how analog Nolan is, you haven't heard the half of it. The guy is borderline paranoid, refuses to use a smartphone, and doesn't even have a personal email. But the bosses tolerated it, and for good reason. Nolan solved the very problem the previous guys couldn't. The story was intense and mature, but it avoided any hint of an R rating. Nolan explained that he didn't want to shut out the 10-year-old kids. He wanted to make the kind of film he would have obsessed over at that age.
The origin story had never been addressed on film, or really even in the comics. That is to say, there isn't really a single definitive account of Bruce Wayne's journey to becoming Batman. You have these sort of fascinating gaps, like the idea that he leaves Gotham as a young man and travels the world for 7 years. But it's not really detailed as to what he's doing and who he meets in that period.
So the script works. Batman gets the green light, and Warner Brothers hands Nolan a cool $150 million. But immediately, the studio panics. They just gave a fortune to an indie director, and they wanted a guaranteed box office draw. Their brilliant idea for the lead? Ashton Kutcher.
Shut up, dude!
Seriously, Nolan is trying to build a gritty, psychological noir, and the executives want the guy from Punk'd in the Batsuit.
What? Because, why not? We can.
Nolan put his foot down. He convinced them that a comedy actor would kill the movie's tone on day one. The studio backed off, and one of the wildest casting searches in Hollywood history began. They looked at everyone from veteran David Duchovny to a young kid named Heath Ledger. Ledger and Nolan actually talked it out and agreed Bruce Wayne just wasn't the right fit for him. They shook hands and promised to find something else to work on down the road.
I'm a man of my word.
Nolan narrowed the list down to 6 guys. You had Goyer's personal favorite, Jake Gyllenhaal. You had Henry Cavill, Billy Crudup, and Joshua Jackson. And then you had 2 actors who completely blew the room away, Cillian Murphy and Christian Bale.
In the same way that people were telling me, hey, you can't go play Patrick Bateman, it's career suicide. Other people also said, you know, if you play Batman, that's it. You're never going to play anything else again. You will always be Batman.
Well, guy dresses up like a bat clearly has issues.
And I went, bring it on. Let's see if that happens. Because I just always felt like, look, if I don't have the skill to be able to rise above that, then I don't deserve to either.
Nolan couldn't just pick from a tape, so he threw them all into a massive screen test.
So I did a screen test in the whole suit and everything, and
we shot on the Warners a lot, I think, and everyone, like, you could see I knew the other guys that were auditioning, and I knew that Christian Bale was the obvious choice.
When I first met Christian, he was extraordinarily thin, having lost an enormous amount of weight for The Machinist.
It was something that Chris was a little concerned about because they did have to screen test for Batman, and it was pretty close on the heels of finishing on The Machinist. So I was really stick thin, and I had to try and put on weight as quickly as possible so that he could convince the studio that I was somebody worth considering seriously.
I was just stuffing my face all day long and lifting heavy weights, and eventually went up to like 220 pounds. I could see the look on Chris's face, He looked at me and it was like, oh Christ, what has this guy done?
Anybody with that determination and dedication to his art, was clearly going to be the obvious choice to portray an obsessive.
It was a moment of panic where I realized, oh crap. I took Chris at his exact word about get as big as you can, but he didn't really think I was going to get that big. A number of the crew I'd worked with on previous movies, they looked at me and they were like, bloody hell, Chris, what are we doing here? Fat Man or Batman? And so I realized, okay, that's not what he had meant. So I had to then try and lose a lot of weight.
That's why it's so important.
Bale absolutely destroyed the competition, but Cillian Murphy was so intensely captivating that Nolan handed him the role of the Scarecrow on the spot.
Would you like to see my mask?
Which was a monumental bullet dodged for all of us. Before Murphy walked in, the studio was dead set on giving the villain role to Marilyn Manson.
It's why I do what I do.
Nolan was casting the supporting roles at the same time, aiming only for A-listers.
I think the closest to what I saw for Batman that I had seen in another film was probably the Dick Donner Superman film from 1978. And one of the things that made that film so epic was the great casting.
Chris has so many feathers to his bow as a director, but I think his skill at casting is something that people don't quite talk enough about.
Yeah.
He's always been genius at casting his films.
We wanted to give Batman the epic treatment that the character deserves, and making an epic isn't just about building big sets, it's about building big characters, and it's about building a believable set of people that the audience will be interested in.
But remember that paranoia? He was terrified the script would leak, so he didn't even tell the actors what movie they were about to shoot. He sent out the text under the title, The Intimidation Game. Michael Caine read his copy and genuinely thought he was signing up for a gritty British gangster flick.
In a way.
He only agreed to play Alfred because he was wowed by Nolan's talent, and the feeling was mutual, because since Batman, Sir Michael Caine has appeared in almost every one of Nolan's movies.
Very well.
When the studio pushed Lawrence Fishburne for the Lucius Fox role, David Goyer shut it down. He had written the part with one actor in mind, Morgan Freeman.
I think I have just the thing.
Freeman was actually an avid Batman nerd who had been reading the comics since he was 9. Yet ironically, he had no idea who Lucius Fox was until he read Goyer's script.
That won't stop a man like you now, would it?
I suppose not.
As for Rachel Dawes, she didn't even exist in the comic book mythology and was written specifically for Katie Holmes.
And when I found out that I was going to be a part of it, I was just so thrilled. It was like, oh yeah, I'm in Batman. Ah!
Nolan originally wanted his Memento star Guy Pearce to play Henri Ducard, but the room vetoed it. Pearce was simply too young to be a believable father figure.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So they went to Gary Oldman. Oldman had a resume full of iconic psychopaths.
And that was about the time when I sort of was thinking, I've had enough of this, right? And I think it was Doug, my manager, said or suggested to Chris, what about Jim Gordon? And to his credit, Chris, oh, that's interesting. And we met, and that's how it sort of, came about.
The really cool thing about Gary Oldman's performance in Batman Begins is that if you look at Frank Miller's Batman Year One and the depiction of Gordon in that comic, that's exactly what Gary did.
That left the Ducard slot wide open, which allowed Liam Neeson to step in.
I was shooting a Ridley Scott film, Kingdom of Heaven, in Spain at the time. And Chris came out to see me. I'd never met him before. Very, very quiet and tense man. Talked about this part. I wasn't sure. I mean, Batman. It's like, yeah, here we go, yeah.
And I wasn't exactly a big Batman fan. Haven't seen the previous films, but But this material was, I thought, just exceptional. Convincingly tells the story of how a character, Bruce Wayne, would end up dressing up in a weird, funky costume to fight crime.
Crime cannot be tolerated. Criminals thrive on the indulgence of society's understanding.
What's great about Liam is Liam ultimately plays one of the villains. And he's never played a villain before. And he always plays these sort of fatherly, avuncular, mentor-like characters, which he does need to play in this film. But when he turns, he really turns.
If someone stands in the way of true justice, you simply walk up behind them and stab them in the heart.
Throw in a few quick cameos from Nolan's uncle and his old indie film buddies, and the roster was officially locked. The day before cameras rolled, Nolan sat his entire crew down and made them watch Blade Runner. When the credits rolled, he told them that was precisely how their Gotham needed to look. He even hired Rutger Hauer to cement the vibe.
What I do in casting the smaller roles is you look to who are the great actors of the past who inspired you. It's a great honor to work with people like that.
But how do you achieve so much realism in a comic book city? First off, film Gotham on the streets of London, New York, and mostly Chicago.
We were determined not to have this film feel like it had been filmed on a lot. We wanted there to be locations that would expand it, that would make the playing field and the canvas feel larger.
That gave the fictional city a feel of familiarity and truth. To achieve this effect with the Batcave, the crew needed to go even further. In the 90s, the cave was just a mix of a couple of decorations and enormous painted backdrops. But for the reboot, they spent 10 months inside the world's biggest aircraft hangar, building it for real.
In imagining the Batcave, we set out to look at the origin myth as it's been portrayed in the comic book, and we were very drawn to the notion of existing caverns underneath Wayne Manor rather than something that's constructed.
I can see everything all right from down here, sir. Thank you very much.
The Batcave starts with the rigging, then we go into wood, and then we cast these sheets, thousands of sheets. These are cast off existing rocks. And we're saying this was an underground lake that's drained out. So we're actually building a river that runs through here. And slowly but surely, we end up with a Batcave.
Charming.
But back to the streets. As you might assume, shooting practically comes with a cost. Nolan designed the new Batmobile, the Tumbler, as a mix between a Hummer and a Lamborghini.
What's that? Oh, the Tumbler? Oh, you wouldn't be interested in that.
Chris Nolan wanted the Batmobile to be a real car, not just a car that looked pretty but didn't actually function. You know, his gem was, look, I want this to be a mean machine. I want it to perform. I want it to go through things, and that was, you know, how we went into developing this whole car.
It's 9'4" at its widest. Lengthwise, it's 15 feet, and height-wise, it's about 5 foot, I think. It weighs 2.5 tons. There's nearly half a ton of rear axle and wheels and tires. So there's a big chunk of the weight sitting there.
You get to play Batman, but unless you're the stuntman who's driving that car, you don't get to have the coolest job. I told Chris and I said, does this mean I'm going to be able to keep a Batmobile? And he said, you're crazy. Of course you're not going to be able to keep a Batmobile. Fair enough.
It looked terrifying, but the real nightmare was driving it through Chicago. It caused massive traffic jams because the stunt drivers had to crawl at a snail's pace just to avoid crushing civilian cars. It still caused an accident anyway, when a drunk driver smashed into it because he genuinely thought the Batmobile was an invading alien spacecraft.
At least tell me what it looks like. Never mind.
As a quick side note, Bruce Wayne's day-to-day car in the movie is a Lamborghini Murciélago. Murciélago is Spanish for bat.
Nice car. You should see my other one.
When actual filming began in March 2004, Nolan broke all the standard blockbuster rules. On a $150 million film budget, studios always use a second unit to shoot the stunts and background action, while the director focuses on the main actors. Nolan completely refused. He wanted to personally control every single frame, trusting only his cinematographer, Wally Pfister. He also stripped CGI down to the absolute bare minimum.
And I said, I saw it. I said, there was a marvelous CGI image
of Batman on the top of a skyscraper. And the helicopter, I said, goes right round the whole of Chicago. I said, that's the best CGI I've ever seen. And she said, that was the stunt double. He was strapped to the top of the skyscraper. And that was a real man. And that's what this movie is about. When you see it, it's real.
Unless you're looking at the immense wave of sonar-summoned bats.
We knew we were going to have to do digital bat shots. We did an early on test trying to use real bats to see how they would play. But they tend to, not be very cooperative.
This obsession with reality even bled into the action scenes, which caused some hilarious logistical problems. Liam Neeson is huge. During the ninja training sequences, they had to stand the extras on boxes so Neeson wouldn't look like a giant.
You cannot leave any sign.
By the end of the shoot, Nolan just told him to slouch. But the real genius of the action was the camera work. Nolan shot the fights from the perspective of the bad guys. He wanted the audience to feel the sheer terror of being hunted by a monster in the dark.
Where are you?
There's been a lot of very, well, I think excessive use of, wire work and martial arts and everything, to the point where the violence loses its threat because it's become a bit dance-like, and we've become sort of comfortable watching it in that way. I'd always looked to a representation of Batman that would be more from the criminal's point of view. So you would see less of him. You would see him as more frightening. There would be more suspense as to what he was doing and where he was. And that meant showing less of it. Cutting fight scenes very, very fast so that Batman is seen as being blindingly quick and aggressive and almost animal-like in the way he takes on the criminals.
What the hell are you?
I'm Batman. To build this gritty world, Nolan needed the right sound. He turned to Hans Zimmer. Zimmer agreed, but he had one condition. He wanted to bring in James Newton Howard. They split the work to match the dual nature of Bruce Wayne and Batman. And if you think Nolan's Easter eggs stopped at Lamborghinis, look at the soundtrack. Every song is named after a bat species. If you read the first letters of tracks 4 through 9, they literally spell out Batman.
Nice.
So the film was shot, edited, and promoted for a record-breaking $100 million. Warner Brothers bet on Nolan's talent and were not disappointed.
This year, Batman Begins is the Batman movie I've been waiting for and hoping for. It's one of the year's best films.
Your theatrics made an impression.
Sure, the movie only made $370 million, and by modern blockbuster standards, that isn't a colossal haul, considering the bloated production and marketing budget. But the studio didn't panic, and for good reason. The critical response was absolutely off the charts. It was the best reviewed Batman movie in history, and Wally Pfister even bagged an Oscar nomination for his cinematography. The movie's secret weapon was its realism. It dug deep into the psychology of Bruce Wayne, and actually made his motives believable. It was so grounded and gritty that it directly inspired the producers of James Bond to completely reboot 007 a year later. Hollywood was stunned. They couldn't believe a young director had the guts to make a huge summer blockbuster exactly the way he wanted to. Nolan essentially treated this $150 million studio tentpole like one of his old scrappy indie movies. He didn't chase studio approval or pander to focus groups. Back in his indie days, he had to be his own cheerleader because no one cared if he finished his movies or not. He brought that same stubborn drive to Batman. He built the film he wanted to see simply because he felt it needed to exist. As Nolan saw it, when you make something purely out of love, you just don't question it.
Never.
Back in 1999, Christopher Priest has this book he wrote about magicians, The Prestige, and he's looking to sell the movie rights.
We got 3 offers, and one was from Sam Mendes, who just made American Beauty. It was exactly at that point. On the day I heard from Mendes, he was up for 7 Academy Awards.
7 for a movie about a plastic bag blowing in the wind. Go figure.
Sometimes there's so much beauty in the world.
Nevertheless, Mendes is obsessing over this magic book.
It was going to be his next film after American Beauty, so I was very keen on that.
The deal is practically done. But then, out of nowhere,
I got a message. There's a motorbike on its way. Don't decide anything. And so then about an hour later, a motorbike came to my house and gave me a VHS of Following, and there was a little note on it, said, watch this film and try to imagine what the filmmaker could do with the Hollywood facilities behind him.
So he watches Following and loves how the weird timeline messes with his head. He's mesmerized by this little indie film made by this unknown kid and sees Nolan as a magician in his own right. He ditches Mendes and bets everything on the rookie.
I mean, it sounds as if I'm being clever, but it's really true. The thing was, I've always believed in supporting young talent, and Mendes was made, he was okay, but Nolan, I thought, oh, he's good, let's give him a chance.
And here's the thing. Nolan is completely unaware that this is going on. He's never even heard of this priest guy. Nolan doesn't even read the book until months later.
Well, I was given the novel by Christopher Priest. I was given it by my executive producer, Valerie Dean, about 7 years ago. She just said to me, well, you'll see a film in it, and I did.
The film isn't really of any genre. It doesn't fit into any neat box, which, when thinking about making the film and indeed making it, is tremendously liberating. And it was really one of the very attractive qualities to the story.
And he and his brother Jonathan started working on the script right then and there.
You have such a surplus of ideas, so many to work with. It really was just a question of choosing the ones I liked the best.
It took a long time for my brother and myself to write the script, to figure out from this sprawling book that has so many possibilities in it, to figure out, what the movie was.
And then what happens? Warner Brothers calls him up to the big leagues to make a Batman movie.
Nice. We were going to make the film before Batman Begins, and then realized we didn't have time to do it justice and still have Batman Begins ready for 2005.
So years go by, and it turns out making a PG blockbuster turns out to be a very good career move.
You start pretending to have fun, you might even have a little by accident.
So when Nolan circles back to his Magicians movie, the Warner gang hands him a modest $40 million, and he begins a search for the lead actors.
I was very determined not to cast people who had done lots of period work and could obviously be seen in that period, because we wanted every aspect of the film to be more contemporary, more accessible, more real than that, frankly.
His first pick is Hugh Jackman.
Have you settled on a name? Yes, I have. The Great Danton.
Now, Hugh Jackman, he's a good-looking guy. Broad shoulders, a full head of hair, but at the time, he was mostly known for having metal claws come out of his knuckles. Nolan looks at him and thinks, it's a shame he's only punching mutants. Let's give him a dramatic role. And Jackman is thrilled. He studies authentic illusionists. He even gets to play his second character, which lets him flaunt his comedic chops.
Do you think you were unique, Mr. Angel? I have been Caesar. I played Faust. How difficult could it possibly be to play the Great Danton?
Then Nolan needs his rival. But after Christian Bale reads the book, he practically begs Nolan to consider him.
It definitely helps to have that prior relationship.
And Nolan dumps the list of 10 guys in the garbage and hires him on the spot.
This is the truth. Is it?
And then Michael Caine jumps in.
I played the lead in about 79 80 movies. And so therefore, when you send me a script, I usually go, well, I did that one in 1978. I did that one in 1964. Because it goes around a lot. Yeah. This movie is completely and utterly unique. I've never seen a script like it or a movie like it.
Along with Scarlett Johansson and Rebecca Hall.
How's that?
All magicians have a description for a trick which is in 3 parts. The first part is called the pledge. The magician shows you something ordinary. And there's the turn, which is where, with misdirection, they turn it, and then they show you the dove, the rabbit or something. The part we call the prestige. It's all about misdirection. And we have the best misdirection you can think of. We have Scarlett Johansson in a costume that's one size too small.
Andy Serkis plays Nikola Tesla's assistant.
Exactly.
And yes, the movie has Nikola Tesla in it.
Well, Tesla is just a fantastic, extraordinary man. In a lot of ways, I felt too big to deal with in a film about him himself. I think approaching him in this tangential way where he's a minor character, but very important character in a bigger story was a very interesting way to address his specialness, his extraordinary achievement, really. I mean, he's somebody who did things that still haven't been fully explained. So there's a great sense of mystery, a great aura of scientific possibilities boundaries that were raised and perhaps not followed fully for various reasons. There's a great deal of mystery to the man that people have enormous fascination with. There's also something of the underdog about his story, in that he was right about so many things. I mean, the alternating current that we all use today was his invention. Tesla was right about a lot of things, but a lot of his ideas ultimately were rejected by the scientific community of the day.
Nolan thinks he doesn't need a regular actor for Tesla. He needs a guy with an aura, an alien. So he goes after David Bowie, and Bowie just flat out refuses.
Go home. Forget this thing. I can recognize an obsession. No good will come of it.
So Nolan hops on a plane, jets off to New York, and demands a meeting. After just 2 minutes, the thin white Duke accepts the part.
It's relatively easy to convince somebody when you're going to them and saying you're the only person that can play this part. So he signed on in the end, and I got my Tesla.
No one knows what Nolan said to him in those 2 minutes, but he probably hinted at the significance of the role. Because if you think about it for a minute, the whole movie with the magicians sabotaging each other, ruining presentations, burning down buildings, it's really just a story about Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla. Two brilliant minds dueling over electricity, which was considered by a lot of folks at the time to be black magic.
The scientists of the day, who were essentially the new magicians who were going to take over from the more traditional form.
What's conducting the electricity?
Our bodies, Mr. Angier, are quite capable of conducting and indeed producing energy.
So they got Wolverine, they got Batman, and they got Ziggy Stardust.
By about the second day, we were getting on really well, and I got over the fact that he was David Bowie. And I told him how in 1981 I had a ticket for his concert when he came to Sydney, and it was $20, and I remember it because it was like half a year's pocket money. And I went to school that day, and this guy in year 12, senior, said, I'll give you $50 for the ticket.
Oh, and you scalped it?
And I scalped it. And I told him this, and I thought, and he goes, so you're that kind of guy.
Is there a problem, Mr. Tesla?
Yeah, no. Come back next week.
Next week?
Come back next week. It'll be fine.
Tesla.
Now they have to actually shoot this thing. And this is a period piece that takes place in Victorian London.
I want it to be like the Victorian version of Tokyo. So it's very chaotic. It's the start of a modern world. It's like Victorian advertising. It's the start of mechanizing. It's the Industrial Revolution.
But normally, if you're making a movie about London, you get on a plane and you fly to London. But the studio says, whoa, that's too pricey. Find London in California, which is ridiculous. Have you been to Los Angeles? It's all palm trees and aspiring actors serving lattes.
I promised my family I wouldn't embarrass them with my theatrical endeavors.
But Nathan Crowley finds about 70 spots around LA that look depressing and old enough to pass for Victorian England.
So LA doesn't seem like the obvious choice. It's the one town that actually has 6 or 7 old theaters that aren't being used on a regular basis, like the one we're in now.
And that field of light scene gets shot on top of Mount Wilson. 300 light bulbs get wired into the ground to create the most stunning shot in the entire movie. But they're making a movie about magicians after all, so Nolan hires the best consultants available. Ricky Jay and Michael Weber run a company called Deceptive Practices. They agreed to the job, but when they got on set, they refused to tell the actors how the tricks work. They honored the magician's code like it's the Hippocratic Oath.
We magicians have a circle of trust.
So they show the actors the absolute minimum.
I did kind of have aspirations from finishing this movie that I would at least be able to entertain at like children's parties or something like that, but I would be the absolute most useless crap entertainer ever, because as you know, they taught us the beginning of a trick, they taught us the middle of a trick, they taught us the end, but they never taught us all three, you know? So it really would be a lousy
both of us are.
You know? That's about the extent of it for me.
Here's the one I learned.
That's what I came out with.
It was the greatest magic trick I've ever seen.
There's also a lot of magic in the hidden details.
Without really realizing it, the viewers are also being shown an absolute magic trick throughout, and they're being told they're being shown a magic trick, but you don't kind of realize it, or you don't believe it, and then by the time you finish, when I read the script, and again when I saw the movie, I just want to jump straight back in and see it for a second time, because you know that the second time you're seeing it with a whole different perspective.
We were two young men at the start of a great career. Two young men devoted to an illusion.
So I'll see you again.
Milk and sugar.
Having a baby.
Oh my God.
We should have told Fallon.
Take the names of the two main characters, for example. You got Alfred Borden and Robert Anger. Now, if you take their initials, AB and RA, it spells Abra, as in abracadabra.
Do you have anything to say?
Then there's this prisoner number. D23 is an allusion to the date when Disney Studios was created. This deal appeared as a result of the collaboration between Warner Brothers and Touchstone Pictures. But the most obscure allusion is to the director himself. There's a character in the movie who's based on a real performer from the early 1900s. His name was
Chung-Ling Soo.
Only that wasn't his name at all. His real name was William Ellsworth Robinson. Back then, people dug exotic things. So Robinson decided to pretend to be an old Chinese magician. Chung became wildly popular, and William never broke character in public. But then, one night in London, he's doing the old bullet catch trick.
Bullet catch is suicide. All it takes is some smart-ass volunteer to put a button in the barrel.
A real bullet goes right into his chest. His last words, "Oh my God, something's happening. Lower the curtain," which were the first English words he had uttered in public in 20 years. This is the kind of utter devotion to the craft that Nolan exhibits in his films. The total commitment of the main characters is inspired by Chung-Ling Soo, and also a reflection of the director's own passion for his profession.
It's the only way to escape all this.
So they finally finish shooting, and Nolan locks himself up again in an editing room. He's holed up in there for 3 long months to chop this movie into pieces. There are around 100 time jumps in it. That's more than a time jump a minute.
It's also intended to suggest to the audience some of those ideas about how the film itself is spooling its narrative out to the audience. We want people really to be aware of the effect the film is having on them as it's unfolding before their eyes.
The premiere was in October of the same year, and it makes, well, over $100 million. Not exactly a Batman haul, but a solid hit for a movie about guys in top hats.
Don't forget your hat.
Well, which one is mine?
They're all your hats, Mr. Angier.
Right after Prestige comes out, Nolan gets ready to pull off a little magic trick of his own. He ends up smuggling a straight-up, hard-boiled crime epic right inside a Batman sequel. In the summer of 2008, Warner Brothers thought they were releasing a Batman sequel. They put their trust in a director who had already executed a top-notch summer blockbuster.
What we did on Batman Begins is we made the best film possible in the way that we thought best, and we trusted that the fans would feel the sincerity of the intention there to make a great film.
And they were banking on more of the same. A bigger villain, a bigger budget, some new toys for the merchandise team.
Arc Knight has a new secret weapon. The joke's on you, Joker. The stealth launch Batmobile.
Virtually, they wanted Spider-Man 3 without the dance. And they were right to expect that.
Because to a certain extent with Batman Begins, you feel like you got away with it. You feel like you did manage to please people, so why mess with that?
Batman Begins is seminal and epic. It's a damn good movie.
But I know the truth.
It's a superbly constructed origin story about a billionaire learning karate from a ninja in the Himalayas.
Are you ready to begin?
It's an adventure film. It's him traveling around the world and finding himself and trying to figure out how does he respond to this terrible thing that's happened to him.
Batman Begins is very much a hero's journey. It's an origin story, it's an origin myth, and so it has a sense of romanticism or theatricality that embraces that story model.
Your theatrics made an impression.
Christopher Nolan didn't want to make another really good Batman movie. He didn't want to make a great Batman movie either.
No, we wouldn't want to make things too easy now, would we?
He wanted to make a film he couldn't get funded any other way, and he was about to use Batman to pay for it.
I don't understand.
Think about it. Bank heist, chaotic loud action sequences in city streets.
With The Dark Knight, in order to change the scale of the film, we went to a city story, we went to a crime epic.
You already saw this movie. If you don't remember, watch Heat again for the 100th time tonight.
Well, I am over fucking well.
You won't just see William Fichtner playing the identical character he plays in The Dark Knight.
I'm gonna kill this sons of bitches.
You have any idea where you're stealing from?
You'll see how much Nolan derived from Heat.
It's stylish without being self-conscious. It's sort of effortlessly, timelessly beautiful. The film was a new American masterpiece. Now it's just an American masterpiece. And quite an incredible piece of work that I've drawn inspiration from.
With David Simon, this ability to Every beat feels plausible and real, keenly observed and naturalistic, but by the end, you've seen a Greek opera. There's been this invisible movement into something more operatic, more tragic. And so that feeling of, could we take the feeling of Heat, could you bring that feeling into the Batman universe? Could you tell a story in that key?
Here's the thing. In 1995, Michael Mann pulled off the ultimate crime drama, and he himself was unable to replicate it for the rest of his career. But Chris Nolan found a way to pull it off, and it started with the main characters. The relationship between De Niro and Pacino is the most sophisticated element in Heat. Two obsessed men on opposite sides of the law, pushing each other to do the best work of their lives. But frankly, when you attempt to come up with the antithesis of a billionaire who dresses as a giant flying rodent, you have to come up with someone a lot stranger.
That's an interesting point.
So now everyone in Hollywood wants to be the next Nicholson. Robin Williams is interested, Paul Bettany, Adrian Brody, Steve Carell. Every A-lister in town wants to put that clown makeup on. But Nolan again turned to Heath Ledger.
And I thought my jokes were bad.
He'd actually decided 3 years earlier. He saw Brokeback Mountain, watched Heath Ledger disappear into a role, and walked out with his mind set on who his Joker was.
When you look at that performance, yes, it doesn't relate to the Joker at all, but it's incredibly apparent how talented that guy is. And you look at that actor and you say, I know that actor can do anything. We spoke very early on, before the script was even in place, and we were on the same page in terms of who the Joker would be in this world.
It was one of those moments where I was asked if I would be interested in playing the Joker, and I knew 5 seconds later exactly how to play it.
So when he sits there and tells me I can do the Joker, I can make this my own, I could create this iconic presence, you trust that, you jump on it.
The Joker, the character of the Joker was just too good to turn down. If Tim Burton was doing The Dark Knight and asked me to play the Joker, I wouldn't have taken it, because to try and even touch what Jack Nicholson did in Tim Burton's world would be a crime. And so when Chris came to me, and I knew how Chris was, he'd already set up the world for me. I'd seen what world it was that I would be playing in. So I knew it was open for a fresh interpretation, and I instantly kind of had something up my sleeve, which happened to be exactly what Chris was kind of looking for.
He later called it the easiest decision of his directing career. The comic book purist at the time, however, called it the dumbest one.
It's not that simple. With a Joker, it never is.
When the casting was announced, the internet did what the internet does. Petitions, meltdowns. The pretty boy from a romance playing the most famous villain in comics was, according to roughly the entire fan base, an obviously catastrophic choice.
So we went through the process of deal making and announcing and everything, and I think the whole world turned around and said, what do you do? Heath Ledger, Joker, it didn't make any sense to people at all.
While the forums were filled up with anger and slurs, Heath was getting to work.
We didn't want to have that moment on Heath where we just sort of, made him dress up as the Joker and suddenly he's the Joker. So he developed the look of the character with Lindy Hemming, the costume designer, with John Caglione, who did the makeup, and myself over a long period of time.
I locked myself away for 6 weeks in a room, and I kind of came up with this creep. Walk around like a madman and finding posture, finding stance. Finding his voice is very important, because when you find the voice, you find the breath within the voice.
He kept a diary of the character, a notebook of Joker thoughts and Joker drawings that nobody else was ever meant to see.
That was typical of Heath on any movie. He would certainly immerse himself in the upcoming character.
One thing Heath wanted to do was to apply the makeup himself. As an actor, he's saying, okay, this character would put his own makeup on, in real life. And so what would that look like if it just got the makeup? The thing that stuck from that is he always had makeup on his fingers and under his fingernails and everything, as he would have from putting it on just with his hands.
He drew on Alex from A Clockwork Orange and on Johnny Rotten, the lead singer of the Sex Pistols.
But now we're facing a cheapskate comedy interrogation act, and it just ain't on, pal. It's a joke. It's a farce.
Why don't you give me a call when you want to start taking things a little more seriously?
We looked at paintings by Francis Bacon for visual reference. We looked at all kinds of things, talked about all kinds of different philosophical ideas behind the Joker and anarchy and chaos and what he would represent. We saw absolutely eye to eye on the bigger picture idea of who this guy was going to be.
I just do things.
It was a really amazing experience to be a part of, to see him developing something in that way.
And then he showed up on set, And the people who were there and in this business for decades realized very quickly that something rather unusual was happening.
And as we shot with Heath, you could see everybody on the floor just fascinated by him. I mean, it was just such a sort of interesting creation.
Our scene together in the hospital bed, which is really my only scene with him, and I thought, well, I don't really have any lines. What am I gonna do? So I got in the bed and they were lighting and Chris was walking around and doing things, and then Heath came around and would walk around me like this. And I would watch him and I would watch him and didn't say anything for maybe an hour. And then we'd watch him and then he'd start saying his lines. And then all of a sudden my hand would go up like this. And he caught my hand. So we just went through this organic process of developing this scene. And then it was a long day, and we walked out to back to our trailers, and Heath was here, and I was walking, and he puts his hand on my shoulder, and he goes, "That's what acting's all about."
And I was watching it going, yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. Are we in trouble here? Of when Chris and I first sat down, we said, you know what the problem with Batman is that the villains are always more interesting. Batman actually, he's very close to being a villain himself. So let's never let him become dull by comparison. And unfortunately, I was sitting there going, I'm feeling a little bit dull by comparison because Heath is just like killing this.
I just did what I do best.
Michael Caine was supposed to greet a wave of guests at an elevator. When the elevator opened and Heath Ledger walked out as the Joker, Caine forgot his lines. The most experienced actor on the set, frozen on his marks, because the man in the clown makeup was truly unsettling.
We are tonight's entertainment.
He cuts through the movie like the shark in Jaws or something like that.
Before they started rolling, Caine had been the one telling Nolan to pick a different villain. After that take, he told Nolan they were about to give the world a new movie icon.
Me?
Even the lip licking wasn't in the script. The silicone scars kept threatening to peel off into Heath's mouth, so he turned a makeup problem into a tic. The script gave him 2 scenes where the Joker tells someone how he got those gruesome scars. The character mocking the audience for wanting an explanation.
Well, you look nervous. Is it the scars? You want to know how I got these scars? So I had a wife, beautiful, like you. My father was a drinker. Who tells me I ought to smile more? Comes at me with the knife. Why so serious? I just want her to know that I don't care about the scars. He sticks the blade in my mouth. Now I'm always smiling. Speaking of which, you know how I got these scars?
And when Bale and Ledger faced off with each other on screen, the moment happened that Nolan had been chasing since he watched Heat. The billionaire vigilante and the agent of pure chaos. Both equally committed, both utterly beyond reason.
You complete me.
Pacino and De Niro in a coffee shop. Bale and Ledger in an interrogation room. Like 2 faces of the same coin, which is convenient because the actual hero of The Dark Knight is the man who carries one.
It's a bad joke.
Enter Aaron Eckhart.
Aaron Eckhart's someone I wanted to work with for a long time. I'd talked to him about Memento and it hadn't worked out, but I'd always sort of kept my eye on him, and he seemed so ideal to embody the idea of Harvey Dent, the sort of heroic side, but with this edge, with this degree of darkness in there that's sort of below the surface. It's got a lot of intensity to his performances, and that's what you're looking for with Harvey Dent. You're looking for somebody who can be like this kind of, this almost Robert Redford kind of, all-American heroic presence, but that you feel this little bit of something just under the surface there.
That was the role description. Because in the script, Harvey Dent is the White Knight of Gotham. And then, hold on a second.
This is wrong.
I've been talking about The Dark Knight like it's just Heat with a Batman costume on. But Heat doesn't have a Harvey Dent.
Don't waste my motherfucking time!
And this is where Christopher Nolan stops being a guy who ripped off a movie and starts being, well, Christopher Nolan.
Okay.
Because he built his own story on top of all of it. Harvey Dent is the experiment. The film puts him in there to ask a single question. Can a good man be broken?
It affords you the opportunity to explore things you're interested in or afraid of, neurosis you have, worries you have about the way the world is. It allows you to explore them in a very sort of exaggerated manner, in a way that you can really tap into the collective fears that we have as a society. And particularly in the case of Batman, you have the opportunity through his environment, through Gotham, to really offer a very dark reflection of the society we live in. And
there's a sequence near the end of the film where the Joker has rigged 2 ferries to explode. One full of civilians, one full of prisoners. Each boat holds the detonator to the other one.
At midnight, I blow you all up. If, however, one of you presses the button, I'll let that boat live. So, who's it gonna be?
Dent is the individual version of the experiment. The boats are the collective version. They're both asking the same thing.
So we tried to just write a great story first and foremost, but we also tried to be open to what are we really worried about? How does the world feel to us? What would you be most concerned about?
Anarchy.
The attempt was always to just be honest about presenting the things we were affected by, things we were worried about, afraid of. I mean, certainly when I look back at Batman Begins, there's a heavy emphasis on terrorism, on the sort of post 9/11 world, but it wasn't something we were consciously putting into the film. We were just trying to be sincere and truthful about what moved us at the time. Certainly the Joker for me and The Dark Knight is all about a fear of anarchy, fear of the rules breaking down and what that would do to society.
Halfway through the movie, Bruce Wayne has built a mass surveillance system that taps every cell phone in Gotham. He uses it to find the Joker.
Beautiful.
Beautiful? Unethical?
The film was made in 2007, before Snowden, before the Patriot Act became public conversation, before mass surveillance was something a Hollywood movie was expected to engage with. Somehow Nolan predicted it all.
They've crossed the line.
Now Nolan had a script asking real questions of its audience. To make them land, he had to shoot the city as if it actually existed. Nolan made one decision before he made any other. He shot The Dark Knight on IMAX.
I went down to IMAX and I spoke to them about using their cameras. And they'd never been used on a Hollywood film before. And what we decided to do was consider certain sections of the film. The cameras are very loud, so you don't really want to do dialogue scenes that way. So we laid out which of the action set pieces we would shoot with the IMAX camera, starting with the opening of the film where we introduced the Joker. We really wanted to maximize the use of the IMAX frame, and so this rig where the Joker's men are sliding down the cable from rooftop to rooftop was something I really wanted to get a very dramatic, vertiginous view, just to really use the IMAX format for what it's best at, which is really giving people the stomach a lurch as they look down an incredible drop. Bob Gorlick, our Steadicam operator, tried flying the lightest IMAX camera, the MSM camera, and found that he could actually use it very effectively, use it very much as he would a 35mm camera. It was a 5-day sequence. I think sometime after about the second day of using the Steadicam intensively, the arm actually sheared off. It broke off the vest and dropped the camera. It's not uncommon during the shooting of this kind of action to damage a camera. We did destroy one MSM. The problem with working in the IMAX format is there were only 4 of these cameras in the world. Now there are 3, and that was a little depressing for us all because we grew to quite like these cameras.
It makes me learn from my mistakes.
Well, you ought to be pretty knowledgeable by now, then.
By the time the chase sequence happens, the city is the character.
I've always preferred real locations to sets. There's a feeling of reality, there's a feeling of being somewhere that matters. I avail myself of all the latest digital effects technology, absolutely, but we try and always achieve what we can on camera and have as good a time as possible.
Nolan shut down sections of LaSalle Street and Lower Wacker Drive and ran a real semi-truck through them. The truck flip is a practical effect.
In pre-production, Chris Nolan kept challenging everybody to come up with ideas of how we could beef up these action sequences. And this idea came up to flip this 18-wheeler over without use of CGI.
And it was all right flipping it over in a great big wide open space where it couldn't hit anything, but the road Chris chose to do it was right in the middle of the banking district.
They had a big chunk of TNT inside there to blow that air ram too. The only visual effect involved in that scene was to remove the ram that they had built inside the truck that actually catapulted it.
And then the hospital. Heath Ledger walks out of Gotham General in his nurse outfit. The story online has been that the pause was a real malfunction, and Ledger improvised through it. It wasn't. The pause was scripted, which somehow makes the moment even more impressive.
They were able to come up with a scenario in which Heath could actually be walking out of the building. If we put in a little beat where the first set of explosions stops, as if something's gone wrong, and the Joker just takes a second to look around, surprised, like the audience is surprised, then the major demolition comes in and he jumps straight into the school bus. In that way, he was able to come up with a practical scenario in which we could actually take a principal actor, walk him out of a building that's about to be destroyed, and literally drop the building to the ground. We rehearsed it, I think, about 12 times. I videotaped the rehearsal, looked at it from all the different camera angles. And Heath was such a perfectionist and managed to be so precise in what he was doing, which was essential because this was obviously a one-take thing. And the angle, I knew that despite all the other cameras we set, we really needed that close shot on him walking out to work perfectly. He did it very, very precisely. I don't know how he resisted looking back. I think he wound up with bits of cork in his hair at the end of it, so close he was to everything that was going off. But he never looked back. He never betrayed any sense of worrying about what was behind him.
The hospital itself was a real building Nolan purchased in Chicago and demolished it on camera.
Not through miniature work, not through computer graphics, but to really destroy a building. We just left the thing alone and allowed it to be this combination of real demolition with wonderful dressing of special effects explosions.
Well, I'm sold.
After 6 months of shooting, the movie spent another 6 months in the editing room. When cutting it, Nolan avoided most of his typical moves. No flashbacks, no time jumps. He showed the audience what was happening in the moment. Hans Zimmer spent 9 months on the Joker's theme.
He would talk to me about the nature of the sounds he was playing with, this idea of sort of razor blades on strings, this idea of tension and the idea of the punk influence that I think Heath had absorbed in the feel of the character, getting the feel of that into the music without it ever becoming too punk, too rock and roll, too different from the rest of the music.
I didn't want to write a summer blockbuster, happy, indulgent score. I wanted something that was truly provocative and people could truly hate. And the great thing about working with Chris is when I go, maybe I'm going a little too far off the deep end, he'll push me a little further.
All it takes is a little push.
What if I can define a character in one note? Actually, it's two notes that clash beautifully with each other. Make it really like a taut string that gets tighter and tighter but never breaks.
Until the result was something that wasn't quite music. A sound that made the audience uncomfortable without being able to say why.
Why so serious?
Heath Ledger's fans and family members around the world are in a state of shock. The 28-year-old Oscar nominee was found dead in the New York City apartment he rented on Tuesday.
The unexpected death of Heath Ledger eclipsed every conversation about the film. His death has been picked over and almost everyone has gotten it wrong. Heath was not method acting. He wasn't suffering from depression on set. His colleagues remember him in a wonderful mood, telling jokes between takes.
I'd say I guess the Joker, although the Joker was actually... that was the most fun I've ever had, probably ever will have, playing a character. It was, and I'm not sure whether it was hard stamina-wise, because it was just high levels of energy were needed, required every day. But it was incredibly enjoyable.
He was so confident. He was so proud of that role. He was really excited for that film to come out.
His parents confirm it. His sister, addressing the rumors directly, insists that despite his history with drugs, the overdose on sleeping pills was an accident. He had genuine, persistent insomnia, and he took the wrong combination of medications to deal with it. There was no curse. There was no role that consumed him. There was a great actor who died too young. Let's just remember what he left us.
For any of us lucky enough to work with him, I think for any of us lucky enough to enjoy his performances, he will be eternally missed, but he will never be forgotten.
The movie was dedicated to two people, Heath and Conway Wycliffe, a stuntman killed while rehearsing one of the chase sequences. It opened on July 18, 2008, 6 months after Heath's death. The cultural moment was unique. The grief in the room was real, and it overlapped with the grief inside the film. And the two of them produced a kind of theatrical experience that doesn't happen often and can't be planned for. It just happens once. In 6 days, The Dark Knight had outgrossed Batman Begins. By the end of its run, it had made more than $1 billion worldwide. It was nominated for 8 Oscars. Heath won posthumously for Best Supporting Actor, though in any honest reckoning of the film, he was the lead.
Tonight we are choosing to celebrate
and be happy for what he has achieved.
The Dark Knight is nominated for 8 Oscars, but the Academy declines to nominate it for Best Picture.
How come comic book movies never get nominated? How can $1 billion be unsophisticated?
I mean, here's a guy who put together this event movie, raised the bar of comic book films. The entire genre is in a whole new place thanks to him and his entire team, and all these nominations, but none for the director. It makes no sense.
The snub is so loud that the Academy changes its own rules the following year and expands the Best Picture field from 5 films to 10.
Because when Dark Knight did not get nominated in 2008, that was a huge problem.
To this point, the most acclaimed filmmaker of his generation had exactly 1 personal nomination to his name, a screenplay nod for Memento. As a quick side note, not long before the Batman sequel came out, a remake of Memento appeared in Bollywood.
अब ये कुछ भी याद नहीं रख पाता है. इस बीमारी को हम कहते हैं शॉर्ट टर्म मेमोरी लॉस.
It was an enormous hit, but nobody asked Nolan or paid him a cent.
At least you're being honest about ripping me off. Well, you're not going to remember anyway.
But in 2009, Christopher wasn't even the most interesting man in his own family. His older brother Matthew was sitting in a Chicago jail cell. The authorities down in Costa Rica are trying to extradite him. On the account, they think he's a professional hitman. They said he kidnapped and murdered an American accountant. Now, the judge threw it out. Nothing was ever proven. But it gets more absurd. While Matthew was awaiting that extradition ruling, guards searched his cell and found a clip for picking handcuffs and 31 feet of rope braided out of bed sheets. Obviously, it didn't work. He got 14 months and then vanished. Christopher has never said a public word about any of it, especially considering he was deep down into his next project, where criminals were way more elaborate and cunning than his sibling.
You never really remember the beginning of a dream, do you? You always wind up right in the middle of what's going on.
I've always been fascinated by the nature of dreaming, the idea that while we're dreaming we can create a world. You know, when I was in university and didn't have much money and breakfast was free, I would go to bed at 4 in the morning or something, set my alarm, wake up to get the end of breakfast, go back to bed.
Back to sleep.
So then you're in this sleep state where it becomes possible to be very aware of the fact that you're dreaming. And I would experiment with trying to control the dream. And the occasional moment where you get something to work and you're able to actually channel the dream, lucid dreaming, it's pretty fascinating. You go, okay, that's a superpower. That's an amazing thing. And that was really very much the genesis of the film.
And so I wanted to make a film where the experience of dreaming was addressed in that real way. So even as something extraordinary is happening, you're invested in the reality of that world. I started writing it fairly soon after I finished Memento, within a year or two. But it was born of a belief that when I sat, for example, in the Toronto Film Festival and watched Memento with an audience and heard them responding to it in a very, very mainstream way, in a very clear-cut, communicative, relationship between the audience and the story, I felt like you could do that on a big scale. You could do a big version of that and people would get it.
I tried to write it smaller, as a smaller film. And what I constantly found was that as soon as you're entering into the idea of what can the human mind conceive of, what world could it create, coming off The Dark Knight, that we had a very, very unusual opportunity to make something on a large scale with, not carte blanche, but with a lot of freedom. That smoothed the way for what might otherwise have been received with some raised eyebrows, because it's an unusual film and a complicated film and a very expensive film, which is a tricky combination. That was a script that I worked on for about 10 years off and on before I could really finish it.
After shooting that big opening sequence for The Dark Knight, he realizes he just wants to do another giant heist movie. But this time, the vault is the human subconscious.
We used the conventions of the heist film to orient the audience in what might otherwise be a very confusing story. To some people, it was a very confusing story. But our attempt was to use the mechanics of the heist film, which are very familiar and comfortable for people, to try and take them to a more interesting place. I think one of the things I hadn't liked in the portrayal of dreams I'd seen in previous films, to me it had all been about once you're in the dream world, anything can happen. You immediately can lose dramatic tension if anything can happen. And so what I wanted to do was to adopt the form of the heist film, the con game in which the nature of the activity that the characters are engaged with imposes rules on the world itself and on the way in which they can manipulate the dreams. So there are limitations, and in that way maintain dramatic tension.
In February 2009, the studio buys the spec script and hands Nolan a $160 million production budget.
Money. Not just money.
Now, if you're gonna spend big money to film a folding city, you need a face on the poster. Warner Brothers starts calling in the big guns. They call Brad Pitt. Pitt passes. They call Will Smith.
Chris Nolan brought me Inception first, and I didn't get it.
Which, in fairness, is a very reasonable reaction to a script about a dream within a dream within a dream.
But there's nothing quite like it.
So Nolan calls Leonardo DiCaprio.
What does that mean?
The two had been circling each other for years, and finally, the timing works out.
My difficulty with science fiction is that it's hard for me to get emotionally connected to some of the worlds that are created. This was the first one I felt like I could connect to in that way, and the first one I really wanted to be a part of.
DiCaprio finishes the script and tells Nolan he's in. Then he tells him that the script isn't ready.
You asked me for Inception. I do hope you understand the gravity of that request.
Cobb has a dead wife. Cobb has children he can't see. But none of it actually carries any emotional weight.
Well, in other words, everything needs to be emotionally charged.
And Nolan rewrites it.
Leo's creatively a very demanding actor. You know, when he looks at a script, he needs that character to adhere to the truths of the characterization, the truths of the person that he's playing.
I tried to take a traditional approach to this film and do research like I would any other movie, but I realized the only research I could do was to sit down with Chris for 3 months and talk through who this man is and what we're trying to create here.
And so we spent months and months meeting a couple times a week for hours at a time, analyzing the script and talking through how the emotional truth of the character is guiding the narrative, how those things are reconciled. And my job really was to try and reconcile that input with the mechanism of the story and the way that the story has to flow.
He later calls the process fraught, but by the time it's done, Cobb is no longer a thief who happens to be gloomy. He's a heartbroken widower who happens to steal.
It is like this giant psychoanalysis. The further you go into these different levels of the dream world, the closer and closer my character comes
to the things that haunt him. It is this cathartic journey that he goes on to come to grips with what has been plaguing him.
It's one man's journey through therapy as well, which was quite a revelation, especially when you're talking about a film of this magnitude, a film that has this much scope, and a film that spans the globe and has all the spectacle that Hollywood has to offer. To have a backstory that has that kind of emotional depth to it is very, very rare in this industry, and something that is a testament to Chris, because there's not many filmmakers that can make a film like this day and age, and you just don't get these types of films coming out of the Hollywood studio system. That I can guarantee you.
With the lead sorted out, they got to build the rest of the crew. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is cast as DiCaprio's right hand.
When the opportunity arose to go meet Chris, I hadn't read the script for Inception at all. I was just going to meet him. And usually though, when I go to audition, I sort of present myself in some kind of light such that the director could see me as that character. This, I didn't know what I was going into. I just put on a suit. In Hollywood, you don't go into meetings in suits. No one wears a suit in Hollywood. But I wore a full-on suit, tie, nice shoes. We talked about movies, talked about Kubrick, talked about violence in movies, and then he offered me the movie. I couldn't believe it. It's sort of the big surprise of my career in a way.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
They bring in legendary actor Ken Watanabe to be the whale paying for the whole operation. Nolan remembered him from Batman Begins.
Impressive. Yeah, I heard it first time from Chris, synopsis and my role, and he said, I wrote your role for you. Really? Is it possible?
Of course not.
Cillian Murphy gets hired to play the highly photogenic dude getting his brain robbed.
Just make them stop.
Ellen Page gets the part of the architect. And for the dead wife, they get Marion Cotillard. Nolan called her the essence of the femme fatale. And then there's Eames, played by Tom Hardy.
A movie that when I read it, I didn't quite understand it. And then, if I'm honest, I still don't understand it.
Hardy had just come off Bronson, playing the most violent, psychotic prisoner in Britain.
My name's Charles Bronson.
And all my life, I've wanted to be famous.
He naturally assumes that's what got him the call. But Nolan wasn't looking for a psycho. He needed someone who could crack a joke in the middle of a heist, and he had seen Hardy do just that in Guy Ritchie's Rock and Rolla. He had never even seen Bronson.
Great. Thank you.
Michael Caine doesn't audition. He doesn't even read the script. He's been cast in 3 Nolan films in a row. Then he reads the script and hollers back at Nolan.
I said, I don't understand when the dreaming. When is it a dream and when is it reality? He said, well, when you're in the scene, it's reality. So get that. If I'm in it, it's reality. If I'm not in it, it's a dream.
Caine thinks he's just told us a typical Michael Caine-like charming anecdote. What he actually just did is solve the most argued about ending in modern cinema, and Nolan has refused for years to give an answer. But Caine is in the final scene.
Good, explain it to them.
Before shooting starts, Nolan walks the cast through the script and through everything he's hidden inside it. It starts with the names.
What you have to do is start at the absolute basic.
Mal is French for bad. Cobb's dead wife is literally the bad thing in his head. Ariadne is named for the Greek princess who handed Theseus the thread out of the labyrinth, and she's the one building the labyrinth. Eames is named for Charles and Ray Eames, the modernist architects who designed half the chairs you've ever sat in. Robert Fisher shares his name with Bobby Fischer, the chess prodigy. His father, Maurice Fisher, with M.C. Escher, whose Impossible Staircases the film literally uses as a set piece.
I've always loved the work of M.C. Escher, and some of his prints do the most wonderful job of expressing paradox and infinity. I wanted to try and look at the concept of the Penrose Steps, this infinite staircase, and look at how could you build it in the real world. See?
And Cobb, that was the name of a thief in Following, Nolan's first feature.
My name's Cobb.
Now take the first letter of the main characters. Here is hidden the acronym Dreams Pay, which is the theme of the movie.
I think as far as the nature of abstractions go, I mean, I certainly feel like I was able to play around with plenty of abstractions, you know, given the size of the film.
The team itself is a metaphor for the movie industry. Cobb is the director. Arthur, his point man, is the producer. The architect is the production designer. The forger is the actor. Yusuf, the chemist, is the special effects tech. Saito is the studio executive writing the checks. And Fisher is the audience. Nolan even admitted it later. He said he just wrote the only team job he actually knew how to do. Then there's the music. Edith Piaf's No, je ne regrette rien, the song the team uses to kick themselves out of each dream level. The song is 2 minutes and 28 seconds long. Inception is 2 hours and 28 minutes long. After the credits, the song plays one more time. The film itself is shaped like the dream, and the song wakes everyone up from it.
After a while, it becomes the only way you can dream.
Funny coincidence. Marianne Cotillard won her Oscar 3 years earlier for playing Edith Piaf in La Vie en Rose.
Madame.
Then there's the imagery, and it's borrowed from 2 anime movies, Akira and Paprika. Inception shares with Paprika even more. A machine that allows you to enter people's dreams, and an elevator that descends through the layers of characters' memories are very striking similarities.
Great, give me another one.
And the third act in the snow is a director's love letter to his favorite James Bond picture, On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
As far as the relationship between my films and the James Bond films goes, the Dark Knight films we mercilessly pillaged from the Bond films. But I think if I've made a sort of my version of a James Bond film, I think Inception is far more guilty of that than The Dark Knight.
The ski chases, the big mountain compound. And wouldn't you know it, that happens to be the only James Bond movie where Bond actually gets married and becomes a tragic widower.
3, 2, 1, action!
They start shooting on June 2009. They're filming Leo DiCaprio in a helicopter over the Tokyo skyline. Tokyo's airspace rules are notoriously strict. Foreign productions almost never get clearance to film aerial shots over the city center. Nolan gets the permit anyway.
Everything in the film is based on one underlying principle that's articulated by Leo's character in the film, which is dreams feel real while we're in them. It's only when we wake up that we realize something was actually strange. That's the idea at the heart of Inception, and that was the guiding principle behind the way we shot everything.
Then they moved to England. Now Nolan needs a soundstage, but no regular studio in the world is big enough for what he wants to build.
And so with some of our more exotic effects, some of the more interesting things that happen in the film, whether it's gravity change or things like that, we tried to find real-world solutions to those problems.
So he goes out and rents the Cardington Airship Hangars, the place where they used to build giant Zeppelins in the 1920s. It's so immense, it actually has its own indoor weather system.
I remember that was my first day on set. And remember the water and the glass tilts like that? The whole thing, this huge set just went like that. The whole bar was on a gimbal that just went. So it was, again, no CGI. So they built this huge set, and we came on and did the scene, and then the set just tilted.
It was basically a seesaw that just seesawed back and forth on this central point. But if you've ever tried standing on that, it's very hard.
Of course, the image on the screen is very subtle. It's far less dramatic than what we were going through on the set, trying to hold it all together while the set was tilting.
The shift in gravity. None of this is real.
This is where Nolan builds the hallway. Stanley Kubrick did a centrifuge back in the 60s for 2001, A Space Odyssey.
And I like the idea of repurposing that technology and really trying to choreograph an entire fight sequence and camera movement and all the rest. Really do something that could be completely in camera in a way that I hadn't seen before.
100 feet long, suspended on 7 steel rings, driven by enormous electric motors.
The whole thing had to be built to close tolerances, because if it was out or if the rings weren't totally round, it would have given us all sorts of problems. It would have created vibrations and bumps. And
in the script, it's like one line of stage direction. It's like Arthur gets in a fight. And I remember as they started to present me with this fight sequence that I was gonna learn, and I was introduced to these stunt coordinators and like talking about my schedule for training and things like that. I was like,
I mean, the torturous different, rigs and harnesses and situations we put them into. I would have found it very, very hard achieving those sequences with any other actor, I think.
The main thing I was doing with my life for months was like training, kickboxing and then training on wires and balance and like all this stuff that was so fun. I had no idea. So many action movies now, and it's all done on computers later. Whereas these scenes that we did, it was so well thought out, and it's up to me to keep my balance, and we did the performance, and they shot it, and that's that. There's no substitute for real human energy and performance. That was the most fun. It was the most challenging and the most fun.
And he refused to let me use a stuntman for any of it. He just got in there and learned it all from the ground up, and he's extremely acrobatic. Much more, I think, than you even realize watching it, because he makes it look effortless.
Meanwhile, in Paris, they shoot the cafe explosion. Now, you can't just set off actual bombs on the streets of Paris. The locals get very touchy about that.
so that was the first issue, and the second issue was that Chris really wanted to get Leonardo and Ellen in the shot.
So the special effects guys hook up these great big high-pressure nitrogen cannons. They blast debris everywhere at 1,500 frames a second.
I always knew there'd be a massive computer graphics component and visual effects component to the sequence, but it was very important to me that we shot as much of it as possible in camera to really give the visual effects guys the chance to do what they do best, which is to build on or enhance things that have existed in the real world, things that have been photographed.
Then Los Angeles, the rain sequence. You remember the giant freight train smashing down the middle of a city street? It wasn't CGI. The special effects team took an 18-wheeler chassis tractor trailer, covered the whole thing in steel and fiberglass to make it look just like a real freight train, and had a stunt driver steer it through downtown LA.
At the last minute, we ordered a lot more cars for it to smash them.
But the best part is when they head to Canada, November 2009. They're supposed to shoot the big James Bond mountain finale at a defunct ski resort in Alberta. They spent 3 months building this vast fortress. 2 days before the actors fly in, the location manager calls Nolan in a panic. There is absolutely no snow. The set is just sitting on bare, brown dirt. But 24 hours later, the sky opens up.
Right before we got up there, and they had more snow than we've had for 30 years at that time of year, which was essential for the amount of action we had to stage there.
We tried to do as many things in camera as possible, which is very difficult when you're in Calgary, where it's going to be freezing cold and there's going to be extreme temperatures and extreme weather. One of the big components in this particular sequence was the avalanche. I would suspect it's very hard to do an avalanche. We went out and did several of them, which required a series of professional avalanche makers to fly around, dropping time explosions on top of mountains and setting them off.
And after all that, he finishes the entire shoot ahead of schedule and brings the movie in 10% under budget.
Before you bother telling me it's impossible.
No, it's perfectly possible. It's just bloody difficult.
Then you have the computer guys. They do the stuff Nolan couldn't physically build, which in Nolan's case is usually not a lot. But this time there's plenty of work left. They fold Paris streets. They built Limbo. To design it, the visual effects supervisor went out and studied glaciers calving into the sea, and then replaced the ice with modernist apartment blocks. So the picture is in the can, but the studio executives at Warner Brothers, they look at it and say, you know what would make it even better? If it gave people a headache.
Great.
See, it's early 2010. James Cameron had just released Avatar, made about $1 gazillion, and suddenly every executive in Hollywood thinks human beings only want to watch movies while wearing cheap plastic sunglasses. So Warner asked Nolan to convert the whole thing to 3D.
And so we're doing tests on, various ways of post-converting this sort of thing, and we'll see what we see. For me, primarily the story's come first, obviously. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there about the different processes and the different directions cinema is heading. There's a lot of hype, a lot of misinformation. We try to keep a calm head and...
His logic. The film is already asking the audience to track multiple layers of illusion. Add the illusion of depth on top of that, and the audience stops watching the story and starts watching the trick.
Don't do that!
The movie finally opens in July of 2010. It makes over $800 million worldwide. It ends up being the 4th highest grossing picture of the year.
Terrific work, by the way.
Then comes Oscar night. Inception gets 8 nominations. It wins 4. Sound editing, sound mixing, visual effects.
It feels like that top is still spinning, but I don't really care anymore.
Wally Pfister, on his 4th nomination after working with Nolan since Memento, finally takes home the cinematography statue.
I'll take a breath here for a minute. Breathe it in for a second.
Nolan got nominated for Best Picture as a producer. He got nominated for Best Original Screenplay as a writer. He did not get nominated for Best Director. This combination, Best Picture nominee whose director isn't on the ballot, almost never happens. The Daily Beast ran a piece headlined Christopher Nolan's Inception Oscar snub.
I'm sorry, you're just not good enough.
So naturally, Warner Brothers calls him about The Dark Knight Rises, but Nolan respectfully declines.
The challenge for me was to really figure out the reason to take another trip to Gotham City and to invite the audience to take that with us.
He's such an inventive writer. He doesn't like to go back over old material.
Here's a question he likes to ask anyone who brings it up. How many good third movies in a franchise can you name?
It's really about, if you're going to go back and try and build on what you've done, you have to have somewhere to go. You have to have somewhere that you think will be related to what you've done, but will advance it somewhere else.
Nolan never planned to make a franchise. He built The Dark Knight so it could be the very last one he had to deal with.
You can look me in the eye and tell me you're sorry.
He's not doing it to make a bunch of money or to prove anything to anybody. And as popular as his movies are, he really just loves movies and makes them, I think, mostly for himself and his own joy.
But now the sequel had to happen, and Warner Brothers had ideas. They wanted to digitally recreate Heath Ledger and use leftovers from the Dark Knight footage. Nolan said it would be insulting to Ledger's legacy.
I wanted to see what you'd do, and you didn't disappoint.
They suggested the Riddler instead.
There's a challenge.
After The Dark Knight, the head of Warner Brothers at the premiere said, you got to do the Riddler. Leo is the Riddler, saying to me, you got to tell Chris, Leo is the Riddler. And I just, dude, that's not the way work.
Look, it's backseat driving, right? You're looking at it. I think Chris understood that, and what Heath had done with that character. You didn't want to go anywhere near it. I sort of started to play with ideas about the Riddler and what could be done with that character, but it did feel like it was close enough to the space of what we'd done with Heath.
Nolan refused for 3 years until he found the way in. It turned out the last installment needed Sylvester Stallone.
All you had to do was ask.
You know, the dirty little secret of The Dark Knight Rises is it's kind of modeled after Rocky III.
I can't break your spirit. I sure enough can break your back.
I don't know, what do you say to something like this?
A retired champion, his mentor gives up on him. A new fighter shows up, bigger and stronger. They throw down, and the champ loses. Then he has to go rebuild himself before the rematch.
So what?
See, they needed a Clubber Lang, a guy who's just a brute. In the first 2 Batman pictures, Batman was the brute. He was winning intellectual battles by just punching ninjas and evil clowns in the face. But this time, they realized they needed a guy who could just kick Batman's ass.
We had never put Batman, Bruce Wayne, up against a physical adversary, someone who could stand toe-to-toe with him in a physical sense and project a very genuine sense of physical threat that, you know, Batman might not actually survive the conflict with this person.
I just remember saying, well, is Bane? And it was like, oh, Bane, so cheesy, I don't know.
I think Chris was initially horrified, and I said, hold on. This will be the Nolan version of Bane.
Nolan thought Bane was a joke. The last time he had appeared on screen, he was in a wrestling mask.
I mean, so much of that was Chris figuring out how to make Bane cool and not look like a WWF wrestler.
What I find frightening about Bane is I think in the real world, that's where true evil comes from. It comes from people who are convinced of the rightness of what they believe at the expense of all other ethical and moral considerations.
And of course, he had to find someone who would portray him that way.
When I thought about who could play that threatening a character using only his eyes and his voice, Tom, who I'd just worked with on Inception, seemed the natural choice.
And I knew that he's somebody capable of all sorts of different types of performances and physicality and so forth. So for me, it was more a question of calling up Tom and saying, look, there's 2 ways to go with this. We either hire just a physical performer and then put a voice on afterwards, or try and get an actor like yourself to give an all-round, performance on set.
Chris actually called me when I was working in Vancouver on another film and said, Tom, I've got an idea, but I'm not sure if it's something you'd be interested in because it's going to demand you to wear a mask for 6 months. And I said, let me get it straight. You want me to come away and work with you around the world, and I have the use of an entire stunt team and as many weapons as I want, and all I have to do is wear a mask. Yeah, pretty much. So, now I'm in. Absolutely.
So when Tom agreed to do it, I was delighted. I mean, he's a very unique performer in that regard, that he'll take on a challenge like that.
Tom Hardy was the most physically intimidating actor Nolan had recently worked with. In Bronson, Hardy was pure physical menace. In Warrior, he was an MMA fighter with a broken heart. Mix them both together and you've got Bane.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Then he slapped on 30 pounds of muscle in 3 months. Heavy lifting and a whole lot of pizza.
Talked about the fact that he didn't really want Bane to be, a Mr. Universe, have this beautiful body. He wanted him to look like big, tough, almost like a circus strongman.
He was supposed to look like a brawler, like Bartley Gorman.
He said, come saddle for me, the metal Weinstein. For the brown one is not speedy.
Now, I assume you don't know this guy. I mean, he's not exactly your regular late-night show guest. But over in the UK, he's practically a celebrity. This bloke was an illegal bare-knuckle boxing champion. His real-life nickname was the King of the Gypsies. Hardy's Bane is an almost carbon copy of this guy. The way he moves, the way he fights, and most importantly, that bizarre voice.
And he said, when I get into a ring with a man, and he wants to wipe me off the face of the earth, and he wants to kill me.
When I get men in front of me, they try to kill me. They try to wipe me off the face of the earth.
And then I showed Chris, I said, Chris, we can either go down a just neutral tone villain voice, or we could try this, but we could get laughed out of the park with it. It might be something that we regret. He goes, no, I think we'll go with it.
It's an extremely peculiar take on what that voice would be.
But once you've heard it for 5 minutes or so, it becomes essential to the character.
And now people love it.
Nolan completed the cast with people he already trusted. Along with Tom Hardy, there was Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
And when you work with somebody as talented as Joe or Tom, you want to repeat that experience. And that's why I've worked with Christian on 4 different films. I've worked with Michael Caine on 5 different films. You know, you really, in a selfish way, when you work with talented people, you just want to keep using them, keep bringing them into things.
And then Marion Cotillard as Miranda Tate. This is starting to look like an Inception sequel.
Admit it.
Anne Hathaway was the one new face Nolan auditioned cold.
You know, first it was rumors that Chris was considering a new female character, and then it was, okay, so he's gonna meet with a couple girls, and then he told me what the character was, and then it was whether or not you were gonna be one of the girls invited to screen test. So it was a 3.5-month process.
And then just showed immediately that she understood the largeness of performance, the theatricality that had to be there when the costume was on.
Because Michelle Pfeiffer's performance is so iconic, you just don't think that opportunity will ever come up again. And the fact that it did while I was the right age, it's kind of mind-blowing. So by the time I got it, it just seemed like it couldn't possibly happen. I mean, I'd loved the character since I was a little girl, and it just didn't seem possible that it would be a reality in my life. And so then when I did get it, and then I went to set, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had working on a movie. It was just, I mean, it's still very, very pinch yourself territory.
The script was finished using Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities as a spine. I guess Nolan figured, if you're gonna rip off Rocky III, you gotta balance it out with a little classic literature.
Yeah, absolutely.
The class war, the storm on the prison, the tribunal, even the funeral speech from the finale are straight from the novel.
It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
Once we'd really figured out where our story went, where it wound up, what Bruce's conclusion is, in a sense, then it became something I had to do and really wanted to show to the world.
And I think one of the things I was excited about with The Dark Knight Rises was, okay, if you did this, you know, this kind of urbane crime drama for the second film. The third one was, and we sort of find ourselves back in this space, it was a post-apocalyptic film.
And so shifting genre and shifting the nature of the antagonist felt the way to take the audience on a different journey and tell them something different about Bruce Wayne.
So Nolan finally had everything to finish the trilogy. But it's a third movie, so it's a given that everything had to be bigger and louder. He starts in the sky. He gets a real airplane flying in the air. It sounds like a proper place for a plane, but it's not when we talk about movie making.
It was pretty intense to shoot. We tried to do as much of it in camera as possible. We were up in helicopters filming in a fuselage of a plane hanging from a heavy lift helicopter, stunt guys on the side of it and everything. I found it pretty thrilling, actually, and it's one of the great privileges of my job, really, that you get to sit there with your writing partners and come up with something outlandish and then spend months planning it with great stunt coordinators, special effects guys, and then you actually get to go up in a helicopter and see these amazing things take place in front of you.
Now, you can't just drop an airplane fuselage on people's houses, so Nolan has to write a polite letter to the Scottish government, asking for permission to drop an aircraft out of the sky onto their beautiful rolling green hills.
I think one of the really important visual elements of the sequence is the landscape. And Kevin Dillanoy, our line producer, fought very hard to get us to shoot in Scotland.
I suggested Scotland because of knowing the low cloud and the whole thing with planes, that their movement through clouds works very effectively.
Then they fly the crew to India, because Bruce Wayne gets his back broken by the king of the gypsies, and he's stuck in this terrible underground prison called the Pit. This pit is actually 3 different places stitched together. They got a soundstage for the inside.
The tube, the shaft they climb up, we actually built that. Those are the kind of things people don't normally do as any kind of set. And so there are ways you can push the boundaries of what sets can do.
For the outside, they use a 15th century fortress. And for the spiraling stairs, they go to an 8th century, 13-store deep step well in a tiny Indian village. But they gotta shoot the city scenes. The movie is trying hard to be elsewhere, but the main action is on the streets of Gotham. In the last movie, they used Chicago, but they shot almost every corner of it. So now they go to Pittsburgh. Don't get me wrong, I love the accent, but the question is, why Pittsburgh?
We got the best restaurants in Pittsburgh. We got Olive Garden and then all them fancy restaurants up on Mount Washington.
The answer is one specific building. See, there's this old hockey stadium, the Civic Arena. It's 50 years old, and it's scheduled to be demolished that summer. Nolan blew up a real building for The Dark Knight. The man seems to love destroying municipal property, so he moves his production to Pennsylvania just so he can blow up this one hockey rink. But the demolition gets tied up in a lawsuit. Producer Thomas Toll, who happened to co-own the Pittsburgh Steelers, offered Nolan Heinz Field instead.
I think when we first stood in the football stadium and thought about it, I saw a lot of blank looks in terms of people saying, well, there's no way to do any of this for real, so where do you even start? We have to be coming here for a reason. If we do everything with visual effects, we could just be shooting in a parking lot somewhere and putting it all in, and the audience will feel that. Obviously, I challenge everybody to put as many real elements of that frame as possible, from the dirt flying in the air to the guys falling in the holes.
Heinz Field, August 2011. 90 degrees outside. They pack 11,000 extras into the stadium.
We were hoping to maybe get 10,000 people, but I think we had near 11,500 people.
11,000 unpaid extras, I might add. And because it's a winter scene in the movie, they make them all wear heavy winter coats. They've been there since dawn, just baking in the sun. All because Tom Hardy is about to walk out to the 50-yard line and blow the field to smithereens.
I wanted everyone in a football stadium at this moment of Bane taking over the city because it's a place of enormous collective vulnerability. It's one of the few places in American contemporary culture in which these people go together to be with 30 or 40 or 50,000 other people to have a collective emotional experience.
They even get Bill Cowher, the real-life Steelers coach. He gives a big speech to the crowd like it's a high school pep rally. Then Hines Ward, a legendary Steelers wide receiver, sprints across the grass through explosive charges, and the field comes apart behind him right on cue.
And I haven't ran a kickoff return probably in 14 years.
Meanwhile, outside the stadium, they got the rest of the city covered in fake snow.
The one big advantage we had was the snow. As a piece of visual continuity, it helps enormously when, Bane literally kicks Batman from Wall Street in New York to the Mellon Institute in Pittsburgh. What a big kick. You have to believe in that geography, and the snow in the air was a big help in that.
There's Batman's new flying machine driving through downtown traffic on the back of a flatbed truck.
They could a fully articulated Batman in the cockpit that would turn his head and blink his eyes and move his hands and operate the controls.
It's a big piece of machinery. It's nearly 30 foot long and 17 foot wide.
Wonderful full-scale bat that we mounted on top of a truck and drove around the streets of Pittsburgh and the streets of LA.
But the truck driver loses control and smashes this multi-million-dollar bat squarely into a huge lighting rig. The whole production has to shut down for days just to glue the damn thing back together.
Wow. That is definitely going to cost some money.
They get over 1,000 extras. They take over a whole city block in the financial district for 3 days.
We really looked back to the silent era of motion pictures. Those guys really knew how to create production value and scale from just crowds of people. And it's something that really has not been done in a long time. So it raised a few eyebrows in a logistical sense.
It's absolute chaos. A giant brawl. Hundreds of makeup artists and stunt guys running around in shifts to keep this mob organized.
It was a huge amount of effort for the ADs, for the costume department, trying to get 1,000 people ready for the stunt department to be able to train that many people to fight convincingly, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. It was a very interesting moment for me when we first brought all of the police out. I had a lot of pressure on me in terms of, do you really need this many people, et cetera, et cetera. And I looked at them lined up and I said to Brandon, second AD, and gosh, it's not really enough. And then somebody said, oh, actually, that's just half of them. So I said, thank goodness. I was very relieved because it meant two things. It meant we had enough people to make the scene look great. It also meant we really did need those people.
And somewhere in the middle of all this madness, Anne Hathaway crashes the Batpod directly into a $500,000 IMAX camera. Nobody was hurt, thank goodness. but the camera was unrecoverable. If you add up all the IMAX cameras destroyed across his movies, you start to realize that for a guy who spends half his life talking about how much he loves IMAX, he sure seems to enjoy murdering these cameras that shoot it.
Very much. Yeah.
For the score, Zimmer asked Nolan if the prisoners could have a chant.
At some point, he said to me that he wanted to use voices in the score, which for a director is quite a frightening thing to hear because you immediately imagine sort of big choirs and whatever. We sat with Paul Jack, the dialect coach, and said, okay, can you look into various languages, Mongolian and so forth, and look at words of encouragement in the specific sense of the escape attempt, but then also have a revolutionary idea.
Nolan sent Zimmer 2 words, Deshi Basara. Now, I don't know what that means. Nobody knows what it means. Hans Zimmer goes around telling people, well, Dessa means rise up. Rise up in what language, Hans?
You guys will tell me.
Zimmer wanted hundreds of thousands of voices on the track.
Until I suddenly realized it's really hard to find hundreds of thousands of people.
So they built a website where anyone in the world could record themselves chanting Deshi Basara and upload it.
The way these 2 movies have infiltrated our culture, it just felt like fun to cross the borders between reality, our Gotham, and the reality of the fans. And just so I thought, let's just invite them in on the internet to be part of the fabric of the movie.
And the internet loves it. The servers completely crash in the first week. Think about the sheer absurdity of it. Christopher Nolan spent 3 years trying not to make this movie, and now it's so anticipated that you have 180,000 total strangers in 107 different countries, sitting all alone in dark bedrooms just screaming Deshi Basara into their laptops.
Deshi Basara! Basara!
The Dark Knight Rises opened on July 20th, 2012. In a midnight screening in Aurora, Colorado, a gunman opened fire on the audience. 12 dead, 58 injured. Warner Brothers canceled the international premieres and pulled the marketing. 4 days later, Christian Bale flew to Colorado on his own to visit the survivors at the medical center of Aurora. The film opened anyway. Christopher Nolan may not have wanted to make this movie, but after he did, Nolan left behind the best superhero trilogy of all time. Did you know on Miller's Planet, only 1 hour and 40 minutes have passed since Interstellar premiered?
Well, that's relativity, folks.
Some form of intelligent being living outside of our solar system. Again, there is no confirmation.
Chris Nolan is yet to make his debut feature, but the movie about wormholes and space travel is already in theaters, and McConaughey is in the dang thing.
Can we talk about Einstein?
But it's not Interstellar.
No, of course not. I understand.
It's Robert Zemeckis' Contact, based on a book by Carl Sagan. Now, Carl Sagan is a frickin' genius, but he's struggling to make sure his fictional wormhole would work in real life. So he borrows the math from an actual theoretical physicist named Kip Thorne.
Carl phoned me. He said, my heroine traveling through a black hole to get to the star Vega. And I said, that's rather dangerous. Singularity in there and you can't get through to the star Vega. So what you actually need is a wormhole.
The film's producer, Linda Obst.
Linda and I dated, and
he asked me to marry him.
She was too high-strung for me and I was too nerdy for her.
It's probably great because we remained partners and best friends ever since.
Anyway, time passes. Just an hour and 17 minutes of Miller time.
Time is relative, okay?
Obst and Thorne start working on a science fiction film where the wildest things on screen are real.
Hi, it's Linda Obst calling. Is he there?
Linda called me up and said, would you like to brainstorm with me for a movie?
And I said, I'm so bored. I could, I just can't find one fun movie. Just everything I'm reading is terrible. And I said, Kip, tell me. He was working on gravitational waves. And I said, what would be the most astonishing discovery that could possibly be made on it? That's how Interstellar began. So we ended up puzzling out this trip through the cosmos, and we wrote a treatment.
Within a week, Steven Spielberg reads it and signs on to direct.
Then we went to work with Steven on working on the script. He had us go find a writer. He turned down my first 4 choices, and selected the right writer, Jonah Nolan.
Jonathan, as he's prone to do, buries himself in the research. He enrolls in a workshop on relativity theory at Caltech. He has hundreds of discussions with Kip Thorne before he even puts a single word on paper.
When I was brought onto the project was to try to get the science right, to try to take a big idea and ground it as much as possible so you could feel it. Theory of relativity is fascinating all by itself, but immediately becomes something very, very emotional when you talk about the distances between people.
And while he's writing it, Spielberg breaks away from Paramount. He takes his studio, DreamWorks, and goes over to Disney.
When that project kind of fell apart and Steven had to step away from Paramount, I was heartbroken. I spent three and a half years working on Interstellar, and all of a sudden it was dead in the water. I said, look, I know a director. I want to make a phone call.
So he calls his most trusted collaborator on Earth, his brother.
Pretty much everything my brother and I do, whether we're working on it together or not, we tend to bounce things off each other. So I'd been hearing about Interstellar for years while he was working on it with Kip Thorne.
It was really a case of me saying, how would you feel if I took this and tried to combine it with some of my other ideas and kind of changed a bit what it was.
And hey, when the opportunity comes up for Christopher Nolan to direct a picture with a complex, migraine-inducing timeline, he's in before he even finishes reading the script.
Time has been a thing in my other films. In the case of Interstellar, I finally get to address time as a story point, not a structural issue, not an idea of subjectivity versus objectivity. These kind of things are played with in the past. In the case of Interstellar, you get to make literal some of these ideas about time being relative.
It can stretch and it can squeeze.
But before he can sit in the director's chair, he has to get past Kip Thorne.
The guideline that we worked from is that nothing in the movie would violate well-established physical laws, and all the wild things would at least spring from science.
But the way I look at it, it's like, you watch a James Bond film and Bond has to defuse a nuclear bomb. You don't really have to know how he's defusing the nuclear bomb. You just need to know that it's going to blow up if he doesn't do it. To me, that's the sort of guiding principle for the role of science in the film.
Chris and I brainstormed about the science every few weeks while he was working on the screenplay. And on several occasions he said, I need this, and I would respond, I don't think that can work. And he would say, go think about it. But I would go home and sleep on it, think about it, and I always found a way except once.
He wanted to take his hero back to Earth by a different route than the wormhole, 10 billion light years away from the Earth. How's he going to do it if it doesn't go through a wormhole? He said, well, I want to take him back faster than the speed of light.
And I said, no, it won't fly. There's no way. The laws of physics forbid that. And we went back and forth for 2 weeks, and finally he threw in the towel.
After that 2 weeks of arguing about it, I finally felt like I gained some understanding of relativity, which is what Kip was taking great pains to explain to me, the relationship between time and gravity and mass and everything, all the rest. And sort of got this intuitive sense of, okay, I kind of get why it's not possible. It really wasn't a question of Kip being the science police on the project. It was much more about him being a collaborator with this sort of vast body of really extraordinary and very surprising information about how the universe works that offered all kinds of really interesting possibilities for the story. And the things that he was able to open up for me were far more exotic and surprising than anything I could have come up with just, as a screenwriter. We really wanted the film to feel like we were being honest with the science, even though the audience can't be expected to understand it while they watch the film.
It's what we call a gentle singularity.
Meanwhile, the news that Christopher Nolan had signed a film at Paramount set off a quiet panic at Warner Brothers. Nolan was their director. He made him billions with the Batman.
Nice.
They were absolutely terrified of him making a hit picture for the rival studio. So Warner Brothers cut a deal. They would co-finance Interstellar alongside Paramount in exchange for a stake in the Friday the 13th franchise and the rights to a future Superman film. Nolan's space movie was now being paid for, in part, by Jason Voorhees and Clark Kent.
That's money.
So the brothers finished the script, and now they got to cast the picture. First guy to sign up is Michael Caine.
Whenever he said, you want to do a movie, I say, yes. He says, you want to read the script? I say, no.
Then Anne Hathaway joins.
I had the advantage of coming to my brother's script that he'd been working on for several years, and one of the things I really loved about it was the character of Brand that Anne plays in the film. I thought it was just a wonderful role. I went to Anne with it because I knew she was very interested in science and would completely get this character and everything this character is about.
Yes.
But Nolan still needed the lead, a guy the audience would follow across the universe. And his pick was Matthew McConaughey.
All right.
Now you gotta remember, at this point in the game, McConaughey was not exactly Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
He was the stud who spent 10 years without a shirt on, leaning against Kate Hudson on a movie poster. He was Hollywood's official beach tan Texas beefcake.
Is that a problem?
But then he does something unusual. He just vanishes for 2 years. You can do the Miller's Planet math on your own on that one. And when he comes back, he's wearing a shirt. Killer Joe, the Lincoln lawyer, Hollywood had a name for what was happening. The McConaissance.
Good.
In the meantime, Nolan caught an early cut of a small film called Mud.
My friend Aaron Ryder produced it, and he asked me to take a look at an early cut of it, and because he was very proud of it, and, but they were trying to figure out, whether it was finished or, everything. Joe McConaughey was a revelation. I was like, wow. I had no idea. I mean, I'd always liked him in, popcorn roles and a lot of great romantic comedies he'd done and everything, but I just never seen him do what he did in that film.
He came up to me, we were at an event, and I just ran into him, and he came up to me and he goes, Mud. And I went, yeah, I really enjoyed that movie because I think you were great in it. That's all he said. Then I get a call from my agent saying, Christopher Nolan's got a new film coming out. He's interested in you, possibly.
We thought about it, and we had 2 different studios involved in the project, and they were very taken aback by the idea of Matthew doing it. It was not an easy sell at the time. He was doing an HBO show, and at the time it was like, he's going to be an HBO show, what does that mean for his feature career, whatever. But of course it wasn't an HBO show, it was True Detective, the first season, it was incredible. So that hit, Dallas Buyers Club became this thing, and then he won the Oscar by the time the film came out. And the great part about that was, the studio thought we were the smartest people in the world. We got incredibly lucky. I don't know, we connected at exactly the right time, and he connected to the part, really wanted to do it.
I had a bit of a concern going into it, wondering if that was going to be overbearing.
Oh, you're not prepared for this.
McConaughey thinks Christopher Nolan is going to be this rigid, perfectionist British dictator.
Is this going to be like a guy who does 40 takes? No, he actually is always looking for the imperfection. The actual shooting of any scenes felt very intimate, very similar to shooting an independent film.
We're just here to be memories for our kids.
Now, because the movie takes place over decades, Nolan cast 5 different actors to play 2 characters. Murph was played by Mackenzie Foy, Jessica Chastain, and Ellen Burstyn, while Tom was played by Casey Affleck and Timothy Chalamet. About this kid Chalamet. He has stated in the past that the reason he became an actor was because he saw The Dark Knight and was awestruck by Heath Ledger's performance.
Me?
So this is his absolute dream role. He thinks he's made it to the big leagues.
When I got the part, I Googled the project, and the original story was about a father and his son. So I thought, oh man, I've made it. And then obviously they reworked it, and young Tom was a smaller part, but that's okay.
I worked 10 production days. You obviously worked probably 60 or 90 on that movie. For me, it was a humble 10 days, but they put me on a trajectory, It gave me the fuel I needed to keep going. That remains my favorite project I've ever been in. That movie to me is really like the origin point. I was very moved, I was sad to be leaving, And I went in my trailer, and I went in the bathroom, and there was a huge turd in my toilet. And I was like, I felt so disrespected because I thought, oh man, I know I'm not the star in this movie. But I went up to Nolan on set too. I said, down my trailer. And he kind of pointed to Matthew, and I liked that Matthew had this devilish grin on his face, like right now, man,
Souvenir.
A little souvenir. That's a true story, though. It's a true story.
I think that's great.
You think that's great?
So he shows up to the big Hollywood premiere, watches the movie.
And I saw it and I loved it, but then I went home to my dad and I wept for an hour.
Why?
Because I just figured my part was bigger or something. And I'm the only person that gets sad every time Casey Affleck comes on screen, because that's when I'm out the movie. Yeah. But I got a good friend named Ryan, and he says, Interstellar falls off at minute 37.
Then there's John Lithgow, who took the part because of this scene.
We go see the New York Yankees play in what looks like a community recreation center ball field because, there's only 10% of the world's population left, and yet we're trying to keep alive the way things used to be. And of course, I was the old man.
But for everybody sitting in the theater, the biggest surprise of the whole picture is Matt Damon.
I thought that script was brilliant, and I called him and said I'd love to be in it. And Chris said to me, that saying, there are no small parts, there are only small actors. And I said, yeah, of course. And he goes, well, this is a small part.
I think I shot 4 days on that movie, and there's a scene where Matthew and I, wrestle on a glacier, and they said, we need you to fly up to Calgary for rehearsal rehearsal and fittings, and so I flew up to Calgary, and I got there. We went into this room and put on these spacesuits, and he had Matthew and I like fully wrestling in this, like months ahead.
Today's scene, I think, would be a good opportunity for me to take my shirt off.
His name isn't on the poster. He's not in the trailer. He doesn't even show up to the premiere. You're sitting in the theater. 2 hours in, you're on an ice planet, and suddenly Jason Bourne wakes up out of a space pod.
What the hell are you doing to me?
Just a side observation, Matt Damon was stranded on Man's Planet in Interstellar, and obviously on Mars in The Martian.
And then Ridley came with this project, and that was the first thing I said to him. I said, you know, I haven't worked in a long time. The last thing I did, I played a guy who was stranded by himself on a planet. Might not be the smartest thing to follow that up, playing a guy stranded by himself on a planet.
But the most important casting decision on Interstellar had nothing to do with the actors. Christopher Nolan had shot every single one of his studio films with cinematographer Wally Pfister, but right before Interstellar, Pfister left to go direct his own movie. So Nolan picks this young Dutchman named Hoyte van Hoytema. Now Hoyte's resume is fascinating. He shot The Fighter, which is about guys punching each other in Massachusetts, and Her, which is about Joaquin Phoenix falling in love with his cell phone. Not a slam dunk choice to shoot the Milky Way, but Hoyte turns out to be the ideal guy Nolan needs.
At some point, you know, we met and we talked and we connected, and somehow there's not so much more to it.
One of the things he was able to do for me that I absolutely loved is achieve a degree of spontaneity and simplicity in the way he shot the film that you rarely see on such a huge film.
Hoyte was determined to show us that we could handhold the IMAX camera, because we'd tried before and never been able to do it. I guess what we'd never tried is what he did, which is pick the thing up and not worry about how heavy it was. How he did it, I have no idea. He's just a very strong guy, clearly. But that freed us up to shoot more of the film in IMAX.
And Christopher Nolan marvels at this crazy Dutchman permanently destroying his own spine, and he falls completely in love. I'm telling you, that is exactly how bromances start in the Christopher Nolan universe.
These Dutch guys are pretty strong at times. Working with him was a joy.
Nolan started shooting in Alberta, the same location he'd shot Inception's Snow Dream Lair 4 years earlier.
A lot of the great westerns were shot outside Calgary. Things like Unforgiven. The first Superman that Dick Donner did, the film was shot there. And one of the reasons is it has these sort of gentle rolling hills and then mountains in the background. So there's a very grand landscape to it. It's really an ideal place to get that kind of beautiful vista that we wanted.
They built the farm.
We spend so much of the film in the farmhouse, it'd be silly not to build it.
It was actually built in a very practical way and really felt like it had been laid out according to the demands of that landscape and the people who would be farming there, and it had a good sense of history. It was a nice place to be, actually.
And to shoot the drone chase through a cornfield, they planted 500 acres of real corn.
We really wanted to get some sense that this corn was being farmed somewhere that it probably shouldn't be, and indeed they don't farm a lot of corn where we were farming it in Calgary, because the wind out of the mountains can kill it very easily. But luckily on Man of Steel, Zach had grown a bunch of corn first one, so I was able to call him up and say, well, how much can you really grow, practically? How much can we pay to grow and everything? And they'd done, a couple hundred acres. So we looked into it. We found that where we wanted to build our farmhouse was a little close to the mountains, so they weren't sure.
You grow corn here, you're living on the edge. This would be on, as I said to them at the time, this is kind of on the edge of common sense.
It was sort of marginal as to whether it would actually grow or not.
We made a strange deal. We got involved in the corn business. Basically, we invested in the crop.
But in the end, we got a pretty good crop, and we actually made money on it.
But I went out there when I knew we had closed off that production and had a great day. Blinded, just doing it.
It's fun.
Just not being able to see you doing 85 through that stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we would have made even more money if we hadn't done that.
For the dust storms, Nolan studied Ken Burns' documentary, The Dust Bowl.
We saw this cloud coming in, black dirt. And I'll never forget my grandmother. She said, "You kids run and get together. The end of the world's coming."
I really wanted to try and bring the audience's attention to the idea that this sort of thing really can happen. And it struck me that the imagery that you can find was so much more extraordinary than anything you see in a science fiction film. And indeed, in our portrayal of it, we had to, frankly, water it down.
He loved the interviews with the old survivors so much, he actually licensed the real footage and put it into the opening of his picture.
Mom said she had every crack stuffed with rags.
and she would wet them down. She'd hang sheets over everything where dust might come in, but it didn't keep it out.
And on the set, he brings in these giant industrial fans, and he just blasts the actors with hundreds of pounds of cellulose dust.
Something like a dust storm is very, very difficult to do with visual effects. As soon as the dust is in the air, it completely transforms the lighting environment and how the light reacts. But to do something that actually really looks real and really fits in with the tone of the rest of the film that you're struggling to give some reality to, you really have to do that for real.
But the dirt is nothing compared to Iceland.
So we did 3 days out on the water, standing in, 2-foot deep water in the freezing cold. And I've never had a crew complain quite so much about, they really, really didn't like it. It wasn't the usual joking, they really didn't like it.
They go there to shoot the alien planets, and the weather there is completely miserable. We're talking 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, it actually lifted the asphalt off the road and threw it to one side. I mean, it was bizarre, and we were out there trying to shoot with actors kind of bracing themselves in the wind and everything. But you have a mountain guide on set, and so you listen to them in terms of at what point they think the gusts might be too fast. Well, yeah, I was sort of enjoying it. But they get that sort of, everybody rises to it, and you feel people really come together, and that's when you feel the spirit of the collective endeavor, and that's what's fun. So we would work up on the glacier, get as many shots as we could, and then the point at which the safety guys felt like the gusts were beginning to show too much strength, we would all hunker down and make our way back down in the vehicles.
Chris being Chris, he was obviously very upset at the idea of all of us sitting around twiddling our thumbs back at the hotel, and we just wanted to get on with shooting, so he whisked us all out into the parking lot where we shot some inserts as long as we could.
Stop it! I've almost never been at some unbelievably far distant location and you make a shot in the parking lot. It's just a point of pride,
He even makes them drag these 12-ton spaceship props out to their farthest, most frozen corners of the country.
So we could put our spaceship on a truck and drive it up and crane it into place and all that. So
we had to bring in a huge crane so we could pick up one of the spaceships. So it had to be a sturdy road.
The location was perfect, really, in that the sand underneath the water was very, very firm. Allowed us to put our very heavy spaceship out in the middle of it.
And Iceland nearly killed Anne Hathaway. Her spacesuit wasn't sealed properly.
Human error. We didn't close it all the way. And you're in the suit for a few, hours and hours and hours. So there's about an inch opening in it, and I'm sitting in the water, which is not very warm.
It filled with freezing water, and she went all hyperthermic on them.
So I didn't want to hold up shooting or say anything. And at some point, I wasn't sure if I could feel my toes, or then they started to tingle, and then I was feeling all sorts of weird flashes, and things were getting a little kind of hazy around the edges.
She told Nolan she was going under.
And Chris was like, okay, let's roll right now.
To be fair to myself, there wasn't anywhere to go. I mean, we were in the middle of a vast expanse of water. We just had vehicles that had driven us out, so there wasn't any quick solution.
So after nearly dying in the Arctic, the actors are thrilled to go back to the nice, warm sound stages in Los Angeles. Except it turns out going to space is quite discomforting.
You right?
Yeah, I just need a minute.
To recreate zero gravity, Nolan has these big, famous movie stars strapped into heavy harnesses, hanging from the ceiling on thin cables day after day.
There's a full harness, legs and torso, and it's 4 strings, so you're fully suspended. You lean up, you come up. You want to put your head down, you can go upside down. You just give a little tap on whatever you're doing, and then they send you on the wires as far as you would want to go.
We take a camera crane, and instead of putting a camera on it, we put an actor in and wheeled them around, and they had to be harnessed that way for hours sometimes.
I'm on a gimbal that he's holding on to the other side. And I remember going like, why wouldn't you use the big crane? He's like, no, because it's a waste of money. It's either only as good or not as good as this. This, what I learned in independent filmmaking, is still the best way to get this.
But Nolan, he doesn't want them looking at a green screen while they hang there. So he builds these huge screens outside the spaceship windows, and he projects the actual VFX of outer space onto them. It lights the actors perfectly, and it gives them something real to look at.
I didn't want to use green screen because it's really boring to shoot, honestly. You turn up, it's a depressing day when you have to shoot green screen. What's really fun is to come onto these sets we built that felt more like simulator rides than sets. And so the actors could actually look out the windows, see the real views.
I'm not having to pretend. I'm not having to listen to a script supervisor or director tell me in my ear what I should be imagining I'm seeing, because it's practically there. You get to behave instead of having to play so much pretend.
And I remember there was one day when we shooting this scene where the Endurance starts to spin in order to achieve gravity, and the image of Earth that we were looking at would sort of rotate in the frame just outside the window, and I got motion sickness looking at it. I think we've all done tennis ball acting at this point, and there is a certain skill in that, but when you can just let yourself relax, trust your circumstances, and focus on the work, it's a great gift.
And the spaceships? No computer graphics. They build these massive physical models.
What we wanted to try to do with Interstellar was to use techniques that would be timeless.
I think if Christopher Nolan had his choice, he would be shooting in space with real spaceships and actually doing this for real on location. But the next best thing is to use miniatures.
They were so big, the crew stopped calling them miniatures and started calling them maxatures.
It's what we're calling them.
They were big enough to mount a real IMAX camera onto them.
Think about the fact that NASA sent IMAX cameras up to space. By doing that, you create a very specific feeling, and we want to replicate that.
You really got to ponder the life path of an IMAX camera. It was designed to show humanity the real outer space, and it ends up flying around a dark room strapped to a plastic prop.
What a great idea.
Interstellar is set in the future, but Nolan refused to design a future.
Because what I realized is a huge amount of creative energy goes into the parlor game of trying to figure out what a pair of trousers is going to look like in the future, or what a pair of glasses is going to look like in the future. And you're never going to get it right. I wanted to eliminate that thinking entirely from the design process so that we could put our efforts elsewhere and hopefully produce something that was actually a little more timeless. We really wanted to look at what's been used in space, what's been used on the Apollo missions, on the space shuttle, on the ISS, and every switch does what it needs to do, and every button does something, and all the docking mechanisms, all those things are all just based on contemporary reality of how do you deal with life in space.
Everything is packed away, so you have tables here. We've got seats that come out. This stuff is just scrolling data and updates. We ended up mixing stuff we could get so we could get the age of realism of some of these parts, and then we would manufacture bits and pieces to tie them in. Because this ship has been built over 20 years, so some of the technology would be older, some of it would be newer.
Just a bunch of folks flying through a wormhole, praying the check engine light doesn't pop on.
What's your humor setting, Towers? That's 100%. Let's bring it on down to 75, please.
So all the design energy, they put it into the robots. But wait, you're not allowed to call them robots. Nolan actually banned the word robot on the set. He makes the entire crew refer to them as articulated machines. A bit pretentious, I think, but the idea is that it isn't your average shiny tin suit guy.
What we sort of jokingly termed as kind of robot like Mies van der Rohe would design.
Full disclosure, I don't know a lot about architecture, but the Google says Mies van der Rohe is the minimalist guy. The less is more fella.
It should be a very, very functional piece of equipment. It should be, like a light stand or a tripod or something, or a camera dolly. It should just be a thing.
So they take the big black monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey. They chop it into 4 pieces of metal, put some hinges on it, and now that walking rectangle is the most famous robot of the decade. You'd think this thing must be CGI. Not on Nolan's watch. The effects team built TARS as a physical puppet.
You have something that you can puppeteer on set, and then you remove the puppeteer through relatively simple visual effects.
So now you have a 200-pound piece of metal, and somebody has to drag it through the dirt and do all the voices live on set. And for this grueling, back-breaking labor, Nolan hires Mr. Noodle. He hires Bill Irwin, Tony Award-winning Broadway actor and the most respected mime at the time in America.
I was looking for was somebody to take on the job of giving life and personality to what is essentially, an inanimate object.
And Chris Nolan says, I wanted a guy who's an actor, but also he needs to be a clown. He needs to be somebody who could take a stepladder and make him move.
Bill brought so much life and personality and such a lovable quality to TARS. I don't know what the physical challenge for Bill was like, but he always brought a smile to his work every day.
It's been a gig where just about every aspect of the acting craft I've ever had has come into play. For a physical actor, the proposition was fascinating.
Before you get all teary, try to remember that as a robot, I have to do anything you say.
They build a different version of articulated machines for almost every situation. On Miller's Planet, they bolt one of them onto a quad bike. They only brought in computer graphics for the stuff a physical puppet absolutely could not do.
I got grunts like you mowing my grass.
Now, Nolan likes to hide a lot in his movies, to make you watch them more than once. The bookshelf alone is worth another go. He puts Stephen King's The Stand on the shelf, because that's a book about a plague that ends the world. He puts Jane Austen's Emma up there, because his wife and producer is Emma Thomas. But my favorite one is at the very end. And here this close-up shot of the shelf, and the book in the frame is The Big Nowhere by James Ellroy. You get it, right? He is literally in the big nowhere.
Don't you get it yet, Doris?
Then you got the wormhole itself.
And I've seen the movie, and we've been through a wormhole, so we know what's on the other side. Special effects.
It's parked right next to Saturn. Why Saturn? Well, 50 years ago, Stanley Kubrick wanted to put his big alien monolith next to Saturn in 2001: A Space Odyssey. But his special effects guys couldn't make the rings look right.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
So he gave up and went to Jupiter instead. Half a century later, Nolan comes along, figures out the computer graphics, and puts it right next to Saturn. And if you know your Greek mythology, you can spot another reason why he chose Saturn. Greeks called this planet Kronos, the god of time, which is the whole point of the picture and definitely the one god Nolan worships.
I don't know how to answer that one, actually.
They call the spaceship the Endurance, which is a nod to Ernest Shackleton's ship. It went down to Antarctica. It got completely crushed by the ice. It sank to the bottom of the ocean, but every single man aboard survived and made it home alive. But in Nolan's version, the crew isn't what needs to survive.
Now you have to think bigger than that, all right?
As for influences, Nolan was open about them. He screened the right stuff for the crew before shooting.
As we were discussing our methodology and how we did certain things, because the things that they did in that film, and it's a much more technically perfect film than people remember. It really is one of the great American movies.
That view is tremendous!
He admitted you can't make a space film and pretend 2001 doesn't exist.
I live in a world where it exists, and it's my chief inspiration for making the film. So I really tried to simply be inspired by it. And then actually Hoyte, my DP, introduced me to Tarkovsky's Mirror, which I think had a big influence on the sort of elemental things in the story to do with wind and dust and water and so forth.
But the absolute craziest detail in the entire movie is in the music. Not even in the music, just one annoying ticking sound on that damn Miller's planet. Every tick is an entire day on Earth. Which brings us back to the black hole, the bad boy responsible for the entire time dilation problem in the first place.
Black holes have been represented in movies in the past, and it tends to be a very literal interpretation. It just literally looks like a giant drain in space with everything swirling down it. Kip explained to me right at the outset that that is not an accurate representation of a black hole.
Kip Thorne sat down and wrote out the actual equations describing how light bends around a black hole, spinning at almost the speed of light. He handed them to Double Negative, the film's effects house. Double Negative looked at the equations and realized standard movie software couldn't run them, so they wrote their own. It took 800 terabytes of data to build the black hole. A single frame could take 100 hours to render. When they were done, Thorne and the Double Negative team had generated images of a spinning black hole that no scientist on Earth had ever seen before.
And I saw this disk wrap up over the black hole and under the black hole. I'd known it intellectually, but knowing it intellectually is completely different than seeing it.
Now, the film isn't perfect.
We knew we were going to get an enormous amount of scrutiny on the science of the film, and so we had a real responsibility to make sure that everything was plausible.
Real scientists pointed out a few problems. The dust storms on Earth, according to them, would actually take 1 million years to destroy the atmosphere. Frozen clouds can't float in the sky. And look, corn doesn't really burn the way Nolan needs it to burn.
I brought up to Christopher, and you know, Christopher, green corn doesn't burn. And he was like, well, in our movie it does.
Unforgivable.
But for everything that matters, wormholes, time dilation, the planet near a black hole, the science is real enough that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's normally the guy complaining about inaccuracies in the sky above Titanic,
how could you mess up the sky?
Spent years on Twitter defending it.
We need more movies by marquee directors with marquee actors that treat science that seriously.
But here's the one place they cheated. A real spinning black hole's accretion disk should look lopsided. The side rushing towards you throws off more light than the side moving away. So one half should be glaringly bright, the other half dim. But Nolan thought the audiences would just be confused by a black hole that wasn't symmetrical, so he asked them to even out the brightness. 5 years later, the Event Horizon Telescope released the first real photograph of a black hole, the shadow of M87, 50 million light years away, and it was lopsided. So the picture finally comes out, and it makes $731 million, which is very solid money, especially when you consider this is a 3-hour science fiction movie, where the entire 40-minute climax of the picture relies on the audience accepting the scientific premise that love is a fifth-dimensional force.
Maybe we should trust that, even if we can't understand it yet.
It's ridiculous, but it is beautiful. Naturally, the critics were completely split. Half of them called it Nolan's absolute masterpiece. The other half called it an overwrought, overlong, emotionally manipulative mess.
It has to mean something.
At the start of the next year, Nolan and the comics artist, Sean Gordon Murphy, put out a graphic novel called Absolute Zero, a prequel to Interstellar, built entirely around Dr. Mann.
The truth is, I never really considered the possibility that my planet wasn't the one.
And then February, the Oscars. Interstellar picks up 5 nominations, and once again, Christopher Nolan is not one of them. The film does win Best Visual Effects, and as usual, none of this seems to bother him even slightly, because he already knows what he's doing next. And it is the single least Christopher Nolan project imaginable. He makes a documentary about 2 brothers, Stephen and Timothy Quay, identical twin brothers from Pennsylvania who moved to London and became cult legends of stop-motion animation.
We create whole universes with puppets and with decors.
Dark, strange, handmade little films full of decaying puppets. Nolan had admired their work for decades. And it didn't keep him busy for long, because as always, the story of his next project begins in the past. It's July 1992. A young couple goes down to a dock and climbs onto their buddy's little sailboat. They want to cross the English Channel, just 20 miles. Nice little romantic afternoon.
My plan was to catch all the tides and then make it probably in the evening, sort of 8 in the evening.
And around midday, the sky gets dark. It starts pouring rain, and the kid starts to panic. The trip is supposed to take a few hours. 5 hours go by. They aren't even halfway across.
And the crossing was extremely difficult. The channel was very rough.
The girlfriend is just green in the face, and the buddy who owns the boat is fighting the ocean just trying to keep the 3 of them alive.
It was a very, very, very rocky crossing, and it took us a lot longer than we thought it was going to.
And it turned out to be just ridiculously challenging. It was an appalling experience. It took way longer than it should have. We were out there for about 19 hours making that crossing in very, very rough seas. The channel was extremely rough. And it actually felt, at times, life-threatening. It felt dangerous. It was not a particularly experienced sailor on open water. And that was without people dropping bombs on us. We weren't heading into a war zone. So I came away from that experience with my respect and fascination for the people who'd taken part in the real evacuation absolutely cemented. And I think that was really the beginning of the notion of, well, if I ever had the chance, maybe one day, try and express that in film. What would it have been like to be there? Not just the history of it, not the politics of it, but the experience of it.
Nolan didn't want to write Dunkirk. He wanted to not write it.
And that's the reason it's a much shorter film than my usual films.
His big idea was he's going to get hundreds of actors on a beach in France, give them rough guidelines, point the cameras at them, and let them improvise the evacuation in real time. So he takes this brilliant idea to his producer, who happens to also be his wife, Emma, the unfortunate young lass who threw up on the boat 20 years ago.
I don't say no exactly. I would say I listen to the way Chris wants to do something, and I question whether it's the right way to do it, I would say.
So he sat down and wrote one.
Well, I constructed the script, and I say constructed rather than wrote, because right from when I was trying to work out the structure before I sat down to write, I approached the structure from a very mathematical and geometrical point of view. a lot of diagrams, a lot of careful planning about how I was then going to write the script. I only wrote a 76-page script because I always knew the film had to be lean and stripped down. So it was very, very tight, with a lot of careful stage directions and so forth and indications, but very little dialogue. So what I wanted to do was not use dialogue for what, as a writer, I usually use it for, and most movie writers use it for, which is a character turns up on screen and you use the dialogue for that character to make their case for why you should care about them. And I wanted to just not do that and sort of look at other ways of doing it.
And of course, because it's Christopher Nolan, he can't just tell a story from beginning to end like a normal storyteller. He's got to mess with the clocks.
Well, Chris is very fascinated by time. It seems to me all his films play with time very imaginatively.
But the structure came about as a result of saying, I want to tell this in a very subjective way, in a very human scale way. I only want to see really what the characters are seeing who are involved. But for people who don't know the story particularly, you want to build up that larger picture. I didn't want to cut to generals in rooms with maps kind of pushing things around or whatever. I didn't want to give the audience knowledge that the characters didn't have. And the way I chose to do that was to divide it into these multiple points of view. And time becomes a tool in that, because when you break the story into its land, sea and air components, essentially, you're working on a very different timescale for a Spitfire pilot who had about an hour's flying time over Dunkirk, or the guys on the beach who were there, some of them up to 9 or 10 days, and a week in the case of our characters. The ultimate point of confluence of the three storylines is about a coming together in physical space, but it's also about a coincidence, literally, of different timescales. So when you're cross-cutting these different timelines, you're never departing from the subjective storytelling, the human scale storytelling, but you are starting, hopefully, to build up a coherent picture of the larger events that need telling in any version of the Dunkirk story.
Did you have any concerns about it being a difficult thing for an audience to grasp, or did it feel that it was something that people could grasp?
Well, it's like, fuck it, I mean, to give a slightly more sophisticated answer, it's my job as a writer-director particularly to try and be the audience for the film as I'm writing the script. And in that way, my hope is that there are enough signifiers, there are enough familiarities to the rhythm of the piece I'm putting together that the audience can feel oriented. So even if they're confused by certain aspects, the feeling of the rhythm, in an almost musical way, is involving and sort of correct.
It was also, in Nolan's head, the most important story of the 20th century.
In the spring of 1940, it became clear that the Germans would in fact be able to occupy France. And in so doing, they squeezed out the British Expeditionary Force of about 350,000 troops all the way to the coast.
And they're faced with the choice between surrender or annihilation. And the fact that this story does not end in either surrender or annihilation is what makes it one of the greatest stories in human history.
Because if that rescue hadn't occurred, if home hadn't come for them, if every sort of man, woman and child hadn't come across those 26 miles of rough water under attack, then the world would have changed, because there's no question that Britain would have fallen prey to the Nazi threat. Europe would have changed completely.
Historians gently disagree. Britain still had millions of troops elsewhere. The Royal Navy still controlled the channel. The Wehrmacht was already turning east toward the Soviet Union. Dunkirk, the consensus goes, was a near disaster that the British turned into a myth.
Started me asking the question as to why in modern cinema has this never been addressed, even though I think it's one of the great stories in human history. I think the answer to it is it's a British subject that requires an American budget.
He believed it so completely that by the time he walked into Warner Brothers to pitch the film, the movie was already half finished. Nathan Crowley, his trusty production designer, was already in France, at the beach at Dunkirk, scouting locations.
To just understand the physics of the real place and where people were, the geography and the geometry of the real situation. I brought Nathan Crowley there to have a look at it, really for reference. We didn't necessarily think we were going to shoot there.
Nolan walked in and asked if Warner Brothers wanted to pay for what he'd already started. They did.
So I was wondering what that conversation was like at Warner Brothers when you said, yeah, I want to make this big film about something most Americans have never heard of.
I didn't pitch it like that. Jesus. We've earned a lot of trust from the studio. trust being a euphemism for money. And at the end of the day, when you have a good relationship with the studio, they're prepared to take a gamble. We've also brought them material in the past. I mean, I remember with Warner's when we brought them Inception and we said, okay, you've all got to read it and then tell us right away whether you want to do the film or not. I mean, I actually felt sorry for them. It was like, it was a crazy script. But we'd had this huge film with them and they wanted to work with us again. And I'm like, this is what we want to do. My pitch was, there are so many Hollywood movies over the last 50 years that have their Dunkirk moment. It's just unacknowledged as to where it comes from. If you look at Sam Raimi's first Spider-Man, or if you look at Independence Day, these films, they all have this moment, and this is where it comes from. So that's really the pitch. And then the promise to the studio, which I've tried to deliver on, is we're going to make this as visceral and exciting and spectacular an experience as possible, and hopefully that transcends cultural boundaries, national boundaries. I think it was a powerful pitch. We also, we said we'd do it for a lot less money than we'd made our last few films, and we found ways to do that, and that was sort of the trade-off.
Nolan had a beach and a small army of extras. He needed to make them feel real. 18 years earlier, another director had taken a beach and an army of extras and made what still is the most cited war sequence in modern cinema. So Nolan called his old director buddy Steven Spielberg. He asked Spielberg to lend him his personal pristine 35mm print of Saving Private Ryan, a copy that had been screened in total 12 times in 20 years, so Nolan could show it to his department heads. Spielberg said yes and threw in advice to leave his imagination, as he did on Ryan, in second position to the research.
What I wound up doing was researching the history, getting the evacuation and the events of the evacuation sort of in my bones, if you like, kind of under my fingers. And then had the honor and privilege of sitting with a few veterans as I was writing the script. Joshua Levine, our historical advisor, was able to set up some interviews with me.
Two things kept coming back. The first was that nobody at Dunkirk really fought. The German army was hammering the British retreat from inland. The Luftwaffe was attacking from the sky. And on the beach itself, there was no enemy left within range. 400,000 soldiers were standing in lines on the sand. The defining experience of the most important battle of the 20th century was waiting. The second was that most of the men doing the waiting were kids.
It was very important to me in taking on this historical reality that we not do the usual Hollywood thing of casting 30-year-olds as 19-year-olds. It's an important thing, I think, to have in the film. The way we still fight wars, we send our children to fight these wars. And so we wanted to find people of that age. And so we were looking at open casting calls, people who didn't have agents yet, people in drama school. I mean, Tom Glencarney, who plays Mark Rylance's son, dropped out of drama school to come and do the film. I gather they let him graduate based on the film, which is good. I hope so. But, and Finn Whitehead, who plays what I consider the lead of the ensemble, had really done nothing, no film work before. And that was very important to us to have these fresh faces. And really, we wanted faces that when the film starts, there's no expectation that this guy is going to take on the whole German army or win the day or whatever. You're just looking at this kid thinking, I don't want him to get killed. I want him to be okay. And that was what was important.
And then he cast another kid for the beach, a young laddie by the name of Harry Styles, which sounds like the opposite of an unknown, except Nolan didn't know who Harry Styles was when he cast him.
I don't think so.
For the pilot, Nolan needed someone who could carry the suspense without a face. Tom Hardy was the obvious call.
Yeah, and nobody works with a mask like Tom.
Thanks to you, I think.
He's pretty remarkable.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
It's funny, I couldn't get him out of my head to play the part, and it was partly because I knew that I didn't want to do, in all of the war movies you see, the older war movies, they put the mask on and then they pull it off, and they put it on, they pull it off every time they want you to see the actor's face, and it's just not what they did. They put them on, they needed that mask there, and I knew that Tom would be able to draw the audience into his process with very little dialogue, and at times it's really just one eye that you're seeing, and what he's able to do with that one eye is more than most actors could do. Their whole bodies.
Mark Rylance's character was based on a real man. Charles Lightoller was the second officer of the Titanic. He survived the sinking, and almost 30 years later brought home more than 100 British soldiers in his small yacht, which had the capacity for 20 people at max.
You should be at home!
Well, there won't be any home if we allow a slaughter across the channel.
And Cillian Murphy got the role of this.
The character doesn't have a name. The character is called Shivering Soldier. What the character represents is all of those men that came back from that conflict, mentally destroyed.
When the shooting started, Nolan had one rule: avoid CGI. If something was going to end up in the movie, it had to happen in front of the camera. The first thing that followed from this rule was the location.
So the film was shot in the actual place that these events took place, and I think that set the tone for everybody involved with the film to really try and be as authentic and as accurate as possible.
Production timed the start of the shoot to coincide with the calendar dates of the real operation.
Now, the fact that we were on that beach on the anniversary just adds to the feeling for me of authenticity about the film and the telling of the story.
During the real evacuation, there was the Mole, a giant concrete pier in the harbor, and that's literally where 200,000 men escaped from. But it's been over 70 years, so the original Mole is mostly gone. But that doesn't stop Nolan. The crew rebuilt a quarter-mile of wooden piers straight out into the freezing ocean, right on the exact line where the old one was.
And I feel very strongly the Mole is the most important physical set, if you want to call it a set, of the entire film. That was our effort had to be. What we needed to do was reproduce the concrete and wood structure, this white structure that had been there originally.
In pre-production, we spent a lot of time looking at how far we'd be able to build, and we initially thought, well, maybe we can go all the way out to the end, and then reality kicked in as we began to budget the film.
They're sticking 600 extras on this thing at a time, and the weather in the English Channel is so bad, the waves just keep tearing the pier to pieces. The crew has to keep hammering it back together between takes.
We ended up on various occasions coming in the morning and finding that bits of our mole had been washed away.
For the wide shots of soldiers on the beach, production hired 6,000 extras. But the beach is so damn big, 6,000 guys just looks like a big pool party.
So I look back at the silent era and how Cecil B. DeMille, Griffith, how they're using their extras counts, how they're using the movement of humanity to sort of tell you something story-wise. And so in Dunkirk, that becomes about movement, a rippling effect along a line of people, or a lot of people hitting the deck at one point. You're being told something narratively by the crowd that you couldn't tell through an individual. Then you're getting your biggest value out of your extras count.
Being, the people who were a little bit further back in the frame, they didn't have to have the pristine uniforms. We had costume designer Jeffrey Cullen had sort of done this incredible thing of basically taking, cheap fabric and printing the texture of a real wool uniform.
When you're doing handheld with the IMAX camera, the shot was pretty much almost 360. So I then started dressing the crew in these jumpsuits. So makeup and hair was wearing these at all times, and we could disguise them in some way we could hide them. Then we also used it for the ADs to wear in the big shots so that they could handle the extras in the deep background, and they were all within that. So these came in very handy, as did these gas capes. We used these also as camouflage for crew so that everybody could move freely within the shot.
And so there further back, we also used some more old-fashioned techniques.
We did these kind of fences of paintings of men. 3 guys would hold it up and one would walk in front of them or whatever, so it appeared that we had thousands more extras than we did. We would paint trucks in particular shapes or boats, whatever, and put them further down the beach. And some of those older techniques that allow you to avoid the CG mise-en-scène, they allow you to stay in camera and retain the quality of the original photography. A lot of those techniques have been forgotten, and they're really great, and they're cheaper than the CG solution.
Then the boats.
What I'd never done before is boats. And to sort of go in with what I'm told is the largest marine unit in movie history, that was very daunting. And the sheer challenge of trying to orient the boats, get them in the right place at the right time for the shot with that many vehicles, it's difficult. But I had a great team of people who came together. There was a lot of planning that went into it. And it felt worth that extra effort. When you get to moments where you see the little ships participate in the evacuation and you realize those are the real little ships who actually did it in 1940.
The Little Ships of Dunkirk are a registered society of civilian vessels that actually crossed the channel in 1940.
When we heard about Christopher's film and the idea of using real Dunkirk vessels, that became quite exciting. Part of the reason for owning these ships is to try to remind people of the history of Dunkirk and how important it was.
Just seeing the soldiers, we went right up to the beach and took them on board Elvin, and it really makes you appreciate the risks that they were going through and how the country just all pulled together.
Nolan also needed the largest of the rescue ships, the British destroyer.
Where are the destroyers?
There'll be one soon.
The last working British World War II destroyer, HMS Cavalier. was preserved as a museum.
There was no way that they were going to let us pull that out to sea. It wasn't practical. So we looked elsewhere and we found a French destroyer from slightly later. We dress it as well as we can, but it's 80 feet longer. You know, there are differences from the historical record. But for me, the feeling of authenticity of having a real boat there that actors are actually interacting with, as opposed to a CG that obviously you could make a period perfect CG version, but it wouldn't feel as real. So there are compromises and choices that we made, you know, within that, but all from a position of knowledge and research.
The drowning ship sequence needed controlled water.
We did interior tank work for some of the night scenes and for the trawler itself and for the destroyer interiors.
We built this set in the tank so we could use huge dump tanks and flood it.
For the planes, Nolan needed Spitfires.
The aerial sequences, it was very important to me that we try to achieve as much in-camera as possible. When we looked at all of the different dogfights that have been done in films, right the way back to, you know, Wings and Hell's Angels, by way of Battle of Britain, Top Gun, you know, all of them. The thing that lets all of them down are the shots of the actors. In one way or another, they're artificial because they're green screen and more modern films or to do with exposure balance, things like that. My stunt coordinator came up with the idea of buying a Soviet-era Romanian plane called a Yak. It's about the same size and shape as a Spitfire, but we could buy it, own it, change it to look like a Spitfire.
You don't want to be drilling holes in a Spitfire. And we've got holes all over this Yak from different mounts and different canopies.
And then it has two cockpits, so we could have a real pilot flying while we had our actor up in the air with a camera mounted on the wing getting his close-ups. And that was the kind of thing we really wanted to do to try and tell this aerial story in a way that we hadn't seen before. So we were able to get real Spitfires, real bomber, real Heinkels, and really try and get the IMAX camera places we'd never got it before.
We had one camera mounted on the wing of a mock-up Spitfire that we were going to catapult out in the sea, and the divers, they were all going to be there, and we were going to retrieve that camera. The plane got catapulted and the divers were swimming to the plane, but the plane literally sank to the bottom like in a matter of like a few seconds. So then it went to the sea bottom, and
it took, I think, an hour for the divers to really start to unstrap the camera, and by the time that we recovered the camera, of course, the tank had filled itself with water.
The camera was broken, everything was soaked. It was literally just laying on the sea bottom. But focus puller Bob Hall and our loader, they came up with a plan, and they took the magazine to the dark room and they poured fresh water over it and they sealed it and sent it back to America in a container immersed in water, and a shot that actually made it to the film. So it looked great. I'm kind of almost thinking I should treat all my all my images with salt seawater at some point.
There was some footage that we weren't going to be able to achieve in a real plane, and so there was a certain amount that we had to shoot on a set.
So we basically took the point of view of not using any green screens or blue screens and trying to shoot things in such a way that there was always a real background.
We built a gimbal that we could counterweight for the weight of the cockpit and everything, and then it could be operated by hand.
It's like crazy. That thing was very close to the edge of the cliff. So all of the ocean is real. The physical G-forces of being in that plane are replicated. All the light mismatches because the clouds are going in and out. That's what it is when you go and shoot something. And that's what Chris was striving for.
Then there's Dan Friedkin, a billionaire who owns one of the largest private collections of working World War II fighter planes on Earth.
Chris went down to look at the planes in Texas, and Dan, he was willing to work with us and help help Chris achieve the look and the authenticity of what period we were shooting.
And the fact that Dan was actually able to fly, the most important plane himself, he had an integration into the production, and was very important to getting those things done for real.
The scene was the landing on the actual Dunkirk beach. It was the first plane to land on Dunkirk beach since 1940. Then there was the Stuka. Each German dive bomber had a small wind-driven siren. The Germans called it the Jericho trumpet. When the plane dove, the propeller on the siren spun up and produced a scream loud enough to drown out the engine itself. It was a psychological weapon. Survivors of Dunkirk talked about this sound for the rest of their lives.
I mean, there's nowhere to go.
You would get down low.
When it comes like that, that's the most frightening thing at all.
But the Stukas are lost technology. No design drawings of the siren mechanism survived. So Richard King, the sound designer of the film, invented one himself. He started with a standard air raid siren, drove an electric motor against it to make it spin faster and harder. Then he sealed the whole rig inside a 30-gallon steel drum to get the vibration of a metal aircraft fuselage. He took it out into the California desert and recorded it. That was the sound of Dunkirk. Now let's talk about music. The first thing Hans Zimmer used for the soundtrack was the recording of Nolan's watch ticking.
And I made a recording of it, and I sent it to Hans, and I said, can you start building tracks based on this sound, based on heartbeats, based on footsteps, based on sort of rhythmic elements, and not write tunes, not write anything emotional. The reason being that we all knew, you know, as people who'd grown up with this story, the story of Dunkirk is freighted with emotion. It's hard to even talk about. So I didn't need anything musically to do that. What we needed was to play the suspense and almost create a kind of cold and objective approach to the score. Because the script was written according to certain musical principles to do with approaches to music that can give you a sense of continuing momentum. It's the closest matchup that we've ever had between picture and score because it's one continuous cue for the entire film. I don't know if anyone's ever done that before or since the silent days when someone's playing the piano or whatever.
Well done. That's enough.
Dunkirk premiered in London on July 13th, 2017. 12 Dunkirk veterans, ages 96 to 100, were in the audience.
And standing in front of those guys, about to show them my version of what they've been through, was absolutely the most daunting professional experience I've had. It was a very emotional screening.
I said, what did you think of the film? They said the film was louder than the battle.
Nolan at this point completely untouchable. The one director who could do anything he wanted, which is usually the moment the floor gives out. Have you ever wondered why Nolan explains how time runs backwards in Tenet with a shot almost identical to Memento's opening?
The beginning of Memento has a sequence that's shown in reverse chronology because the entire film is then structured in reverse chronology, and so I included a backwards opening. It's sort of stuck with me that I'd be interested in exploring that reality. We're the first people to ever be able to see time in different ways. It's the movie camera that's shown us time backwards. It's one of the original kind of fascinating effects of what a movie camera can show us. And so I became interested in the idea quite some time ago, really following on from Memento.
What if a character had to physically walk through a world where time was flowing backwards?
That would be bad, right?
Now you should be accustomed to how time travel usually works in the movies. A time voyager hops into a machine, sets a date, and kaboom. He's back in the 1950s, trying to avoid hooking up with his own mother.
I gotta go. Thanks very much. It was wonderful. You were all great. See you all later.
But in this flick, the machine is just your run-of-the-mill rewind button.
What if you could literally change the direction of time for a character or for an object and have two directions of time existing in the same frame? So not time travel, not jumping around in time, but actually looking at the physical process of time.
Admittedly, it's a pretty rough idea for a movie though. So Nolan keeps it on ice for 15 years. And somewhere along the way, he runs into an old Roman rock called the Satyr Square. It's a palindrome, 5 Latin words. And you can read this thing in every single direction, and it reads exactly the same way. Now you and I look at that and think, hey, that's one badass rock. Nolan looks at it and thinks, Warner Brothers is about to peel me off $200 million for this.
Well, it seems bold. Bold, I'm fine with. I thought you were going to say nuts.
But 5 Latin words and a backward flying bullet do not entirely make for a summer blockbuster. So Nolan spends 5 years writing it. He chooses a spy thriller as the genre, because in a spy movie, cause and effect uncertainty is practically the whole point.
Yeah, I just went into that mythology fully because what I was sort of trying to do was create a stylized science fiction experience on top of that. And so you're trying to use, the same way Memento tried to use the familiarity of the tropes of the film noir, Tenet is an attempt to use the audience's familiarity with the spy movie genre, the Bond movie, to be able to take it someplace a little crazier, someplace a little different, and have us experience it in a different way. So I think the spy genre was always really part of it for me because it's the genre that gives you access to all of these wonderful kinetic action movie tropes. The gunfight, the car chase, armies fighting each other, these kind of things. And what I wanted to do was really explore the sort of experience of watching an action film and watching a spy movie, to try and sort of take it to another level and find a reason for an audience to watch a car chase again and watch it in a different way and try and sort of look down the other end of the telescope at a lot of these tropes that we all kind of know and love from action cinema. Seeing to today's audiences, I sort of felt like for me to really engage with it, I wanted it to have bigger possibilities. I wanted to do it in a way that I was excited about. What we did with Inception for the heist genre is really what Tenet attempts to bring to the spy movie genre.
Did you direct your own Bond movie doing Tenet?
I think I did, yeah.
And to probably show off to his Latin professor, he weaves words from that ancient stone into his movie like a quilt. Tenet is the secret organization. The bad guy's name is Satyr. His security firm is called Rhodes. The movie opens at an opera, and there's a guy off screen named Arepo. And after all that, he was completely spent. So he just names the protagonist the protagonist.
I was thinking a lot of Sergio Leone westerns, like with Clint Eastwood, The Man with No Name. Yeah.
This is all very, very touching.
This is cowboy shit. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
So glad he didn't name the algorithm the MacGuffin, and the movie the movie.
You have a better option.
But here's the thing about the Satyr Square. Every letter in the grid is locked in place by every other letter. So Nolan wrote the story as a palindrome.
It's quite distinct from time travel, per se, or time travel movies.
The hero gets recruited, fights, wins, and then finds out at the end he was the one who recruited himself in the first place. His job from there is to go back and make sure every event he just lived through plays out entirely the way it transpired.
What?
Which forced Nolan to commit to a paradox that every other time movie pretends doesn't exist.
The grandfather paradox.
You know, if you build a time machine, you go back in time and kill your grandfather before your dad is born.
How could you have been born to commit the act?
What's the answer?
There's no answer. It's a paradox.
There's a sense in which we're addressing the idea that we're all sort of imprisoned in a way in our own views of the passage of time.
Which means when you strip away all that jumbled Latin, Nolan just wrote Groundhog Day.
What? See? I knew you were going to say that.
Except instead of Bill Murray trying to break out of the loop, the Hurricane is running around with a gun, desperately trying to preserve it. In all seriousness, the closest movie to Tenet you can watch tonight is probably Predestination. And if your brain hurts processing Tenet, get yourself an ice pack and some aspirin for Predestination.
You just have to close your eyes.
Why do I need to close my eyes?
So Nolan takes his Groundhog Day Latin palindrome spy thriller and pitches it to Warner Brothers. And wouldn't you know it, after billions and billions of dollars that Nolan made making movies no studio executive will ever understand, that would suffice for them to write a fat check for his next one. Now Nolan has to cast this thing. He wants to surround his lead with heavy-hitter movie stars, but he wants the lead himself to be a complete unknown. So he searches high and low, and he finally stumbles upon this completely unknown, struggling former football player named John David Washington, who just happens to be Denzel Washington's son. I'm telling you, those From Zero to Hero stories are my favorite ones.
I'm not who you think I am.
But here's how it actually went down.
I'd first noticed John David on the HBO show Ballers, which is just one of those things where he just struck me with his charisma. I was about halfway through writing it when I was in the Cannes Film Festival with a print of Kubrick's 2001, and Spike Lee invited me to the world premiere of BlacKkKlansman. And just watching John David's charisma in the film, the way he opens the film up to the audience and carries the audience with him through that story, it was very hard for me to get him out of my mind afterwards while I continued writing the script, because I tried to write without actors in mind. But after I'd seen him in that film and seen how, as I say, he carried us with him on that journey, it was very tough for me to not think of him while I was writing after that, much as I tried. And so when I had finished the script, I called up.
I get told by my agents that Christopher Nolan wants to have a meeting with you. So I was like, I didn't think it was real. I didn't know what it was about. I'll say this too. I was 30 minutes late. I know. And Emma greets me at the door, his wife, producing partner, and she's just laughing. And I think she could see how panicked I was. I ended up meeting Chris, and then we ended up talking for a couple hours. Last thing he said after that meeting was like, well, good luck. I was like, oh, well, that's it. I guess I did terribly. And then after that, I got the call saying, will you be the protagonist? First time I read the Tenet script, coming off a wild buzz and excitement of knowing that I got the job. Remember going to their office, Christopher Nolan's office. I'm in Christopher Nolan's office, reading a script of his. What is my life? I thought I was gonna do another season of Ballers. Like, I know this was gonna happen. Like, yeah, I didn't understand that shit. Like, it took about 3+ hours to read it,
Don't try to understand it. Feel it.
John David, other than being an incredible actor with tremendous charisma, he's also an athlete. He was a professional American football player, and we absolutely exploited that. He was able to bring a physicality to the role that was essential. The thing about physically talented performers is you want to get a gauge on what they can do themselves, because if you have an absolute divide between what the actor can do and then what the stunt performer can do, if the actor's only really walking and talking, and every time he breaks into a run you have to get someone else in, it's pretty limiting in terms of how you shoot things. You're trying to create an iconic spy figure. It's no small thing, and the physicality is a huge part of that. His ability to be able to fight and run, and just really bring an energy and a freshness to the screen that you haven't seen in a long time. And I think John David just really delivered the goods.
We did so many scenes where we're just running, and John David can just sprint, just again 100 takes in a row, and I'm just like. In my mid-30s, I can barely do anything.
Then he brings in Robert Pattinson, the sparkly vampire with the top-shelf bone structure. Now, Pattinson had spent the last 7 years doing the absolute weirdest indie movies, strictly to make people forget he played a 100-year-old dude hanging around a high school.
That's not possible. He just has done such challenging and interesting work in the last few years in independent films. You're looking at this guy who's wanting to challenge himself. He's wanting to do things very different.
And it works. Christopher Nolan calls him up, but Pattinson reads the script, and he doesn't understand a single word of it.
You can completely overwhelm yourself with the ideas in it. It's so complicated. You just thought it's so insane.
Look, Bobby, it's not that complex. It's just a guy moving backward to prevent a guy moving forward from helping the forward guys destroy the backward guys, just to save the forward guys. It's basic arithmetic.
Jesus. It's purely a cinematic concept. Absolutely. You have to sit in a movie theater and watch it and let it wash over you and sort of experience it. It's not something you can intellectualize. It's not a puzzle to be unpacked. It's an experience to be had. Everything else, if people are interested to talk about it or debate it, more, or if ideas resonate, that's a huge bonus. But for me, it's really all about that emotional experience of watching the film with an audience.
Blah, blah, blah.
Then it comes to casting the British lady.
I saw Elizabeth Debicki in Widows, and I said to Chris, you have to see that movie for her because she's just incredible.
And he immediately rejects her because of her American accent.
I'm not really sure what you mean.
So his better half has to explain to her hubs that Debicki is so talented, she duped him. She is in fact Australian.
You just have to trust.
Kenneth Branagh plays Andrei Sater, the Russian bad guy.
When I went for my first costume fitting, Christopher Nolan walked back from the set with me and he said, I just need you to know that this fella is unremittingly bad. He said, don't look for anything good. Don't try and redeem him. Don't find the softer side. There isn't one.
It reminds me somewhat of what Heath brought to the Joker when we made The Dark Knight.
And I thought my jokes were bad.
Because it really wasn't the type of villain where you get overly concerned with the justifications for the behavior. It's really much more about a destructive presence in the world and having to respond to that.
He gets a dialect coach.
Sato has a Russian accent, and to speak in reverse in a Russian accent at pace while fighting and walking backwards is unquestionably a challenging thing for an actor to do.
I feel like speaking backwards with a Russian accent now will become like new actor code for but have you done your homework? Can you speak backwards in a Russian accent?
3, 2, 1. Dimple Kapadi plays the arms dealer.
I go up to my nephew and I tell him, I've been offered a Chris Nolan film. So he goes, on to Chris Nolan, prestige to Chris Nolan. I said, okay, chill. It might be a crank call, let's not get our hopes too high.
She has been a legendary Bollywood star since 1973, and Tenet was her very first major Hollywood role.
It's unique.
And of course, you have Michael Caine. By 2020, it's become a Nolan tradition.
It's just lovely to have a little bit of Michael.
So they start shooting, And here's a number that doesn't really make sense. Tenet has 280 visual effects shots. Most modern romantic comedies have more visual effects work than Tenet does, which means everything you see on the screen is the real deal.
This is my third film with Chris. You read it and you kind of realize when you read it, oh shit, how are we gonna do this? Because he's gonna wanna do this for real.
The audience is always aware on some level of the difference between things that are animated and something that's been photographed. That has a patina and a texture and a flavor and a taste to things that is unfamiliar to people.
He films on a real 200-foot super yacht. He goes to the real Amalfi Coast. He uses the real fastest catamaran racing boats on planet Earth. The critics call this uncompromising cinematic dedication, but I call it a plush 6-month getaway vacation on Warner Brothers' dime.
Dunkirk was a large-scale film, but it was very, very specific to one time and place. Without being too reactive to that, I wanted to go all around the world again. In spy films in particular, I think one of the reasons that we're so drawn to the genre is escapism, and is the idea of these characters who get to live in a world that we don't get to live in.
When you're a kid and you think about the way they make huge Hollywood movies, this is what I would imagine that to be. Like this massive team of people that travel the world, go to these incredible locations and shoot all of this amazing stuff. That is Tenet in a nutshell.
But the biggest example of the reality over VFX is the airplane.
You want to crash a plane,
But not from the air. Not so dramatic.
It's really fun as a filmmaker when you get to do things that just reduce you back to that sort of childlike state of, you know, what are the possibilities of a giant movie.
A lot of these sequences, you kind of read it in the script and you just think, yeah, would be cool in a movie.
How are they gonna pull this off? Like, there's no way they're gonna crash this thing into that building.
And then you get to set and it's like, yeah, we've got a 747, we're crashing it into a building. That's how we're achieving the 747 crashing into a building.
Now, normally a director uses a miniature plastic toy, or he paints it in with a computer, but not our Nolan. He goes out to a used airplane lot in the California desert, where they park all these old jets. He's just walking around the lot, kicking the tires.
When I looked at 737s, they looked a bit small compared to the 747s and the MD-11s I was seeing on the other side. It's like, well, maybe we could just go shopping there instead.
He looks across the lot and he spots an exceptionally large retired 747 jumbo jet, and he just buys it. And you know the official story they told the studio executives? Actually buying a real 747 and physically smashing it into a building is much cheaper than doing it on a computer.
It was actually a pretty good deal when we priced it out relative to building the set for the interior, building the set for the exterior, building a miniature, CG, etc., etc. When we added it all up, we realized that it was actually going to be cheaper and more efficient to buy the plane. And we took the engines off first and sold the engines, and that paid for quite a lot of it, because the engines are the expensive bit.
So he's obsessed with doing it all for real. The opening scene of the picture is in this giant abandoned Soviet opera house in Tallinn.
It was built for the Soviet Union's 1980 Olympics. It's brutalist architecture and it sits out overlooking the Baltic Sea. Actually, I think it's one of my favorite buildings we've ever shot in.
They fix the whole place up. They bring in 3,500 extras. And they wire the entire room with high explosives. But right in the middle of this gratuitous, carefully choreographed terrorist attack, Nolan makes sure the camera gets a very clear shot of one of the assassins, curb stomping a cello. Nolan deliberately put that shot into the movie. He's currently learning the instrument. Apparently the cello is winning.
That's definitely my frustrations with the cello and my inability to learn it.
Then they gotta shoot the big car chase. So they just shut down 5 miles of highway right in the middle of the capital of Estonia.
I mean, I've done plenty of car chases before, but this was, shutting down a major route in a city for about 3 weeks.
Look, I don't know much about the Estonian economy, but I'm pretty sure Christopher Nolan just paused their entire country so the 20 best stuntmen in the world could practice driving in reverse.
We shut down a freeway across the city, and we had to do that. The stunt guys had to do that with cars. They had to do it with driving, and literally do a chase forwards with regular vehicles, forwards and with vehicles that would drive backwards at speed, and then the other way around. And so everything was sort of shot 4 different ways. And they did just an incredible job putting together all these rigs to be able to do that.
And right in the middle of this traffic jam, you got Robert Pattinson.
I think I did one day of training of driving backwards, made my teacher feel so sick he had to stop. And so I assumed, all right, that's next my driving for the movie.
The stunt team did an evaluation on him and they were really impressed. And so he ended up doing a lot of his own driving.
And it was like one of the most exciting theme park rides you've ever been on in your life. And then you're trying to do a scene at the same time. I don't think they're going to be making movies like that.
He's doing his own stunt driving in a BMW with an IMAX camera bolted directly to the hood of the car.
There's so much sweat in your eyes and you can't see out of the windscreen and stuff, everything's blowing up around you. I mean, it was one of the more terrifying things that I've ever done in my entire life.
The final battle was shot with hundreds of extras running with pyrotechnics going off around them. Every one of them was ex-military. The casting department hired the kind of people who had already experienced explosions and chaos and wouldn't freak out at the idea of spending a full day avoiding being blown up.
The battle at Stolz 12 at the end, that's the area of the film where you're paying off the concept for the audience and you can take it to a bigger scale of action.
You know, when you've done a lot of movies with green screen stuff, it just feels like such a privilege to be doing it. It feels like, yeah, make the building that explodes itself and comes back together. It feels very, very real. Essentially because it is real.
But the real production nightmare were the fights. Because half the action in this picture has to play out in two different directions of time at once. So Nolan goes to his stunt coordinator and gives him the following instructions.
So he's like, so you should put a fight together of one guy fighting another guy, moving forward, and then play that backwards. And I was like, okay, so I'm kind of making my notes. And I'm like, okay, so fight forward and play it backwards. Then take the other guy away and have the guy who was first attacking watch the video of him doing it backwards. Then have him do the routine perfectly backwards. Then have somebody attack him as he's going backwards, and then flip that film, and that's your fight scene. And at that point, I just stopped writing and kind of looked up, and everybody at the table started laughing. And even Chris was like, I lost you, didn't I? And I'm like, you did. Yeah, you did.
I don't understand it. It's as easy as it gets. It's just your basic, everyday, forward, backward, reverse punching street fight. Anybody could follow it.
But there was a lot of punching of stunt doubles and them punching at me and then reverse punching at me to the stunt doubles and vice versa.
But the dude who really takes it on the chin is John David Washington. Because of this convoluted lunacy, he has to learn all the fight sequences 4 different ways.
So he had 2 versions of the fight to learn, protagonist, antagonist, and then he had to learn it backwards for both parts as well.
I remember Chris, after one of the meetings, he was like, it's gonna be hard. He said it just like that.
And we shot it day one. You know, we started with it because I sort of felt like sometimes it's good to start with the hardest stuff, because we knew there were so many mind-bending things to work out later in the film. You know, if stunts and wardrobe and camera, you know, if everybody could come together and figure out how to do that, we'd be in better shape for when we got to the middle of Tallinn and shot the whole city down and did a massive car chase.
When you watch the film, it just plays so seamlessly. You don't realize how much time and effort went into putting the pieces together.
I literally directed the scene twice. Each piece of film is unique, and so everything is changed slightly in order to give you a different perspective on things. I mean, the most obvious example for people who've seen the film more than once may have noticed is tint, you know, on the mask that John David's wearing. It's completely dark the first time you're seeing that antagonist. The second time you see it, it's a lighter tint so that you can see his eyes through it, because we're seeing it from his perspective. So the camera's closer to him, we're seeing his expressions, and the camera angles are different and the axis is different.
Well, I've seen too much.
So the movie is finished, and now they just gotta roll it out in theaters to make a lot of money like they always do. But there's a hitch.
Not gonna like it.
You might recall around March of 2020, there was a bit of a bug going around. The whole world shuts down. So the executives at Warner Brothers tell Christopher Nolan something like, hey, maybe we should delay the movie for a little bit, you know, until it's legal to go outside again, and Nolan refuses. In late March, Nolan writes an op-ed in the Washington Post arguing that theaters need to reopen, and his film should be the first one to lead the way back. He genuinely believes Tenet can save cinema, so they release it in September. But New York is closed, Los Angeles is closed, and the theaters that are actually open, they only let you fill a quarter of the seats. So Christopher Nolan releases his $200 million movie to a room consisting of 4 guys wearing surgical masks and smelling like hand sanitizer. It makes some money, but it doesn't break even. 3 months later, Warner Brothers announces they're putting every single new movie directly onto HBO Max. Now Nolan, he doesn't like this one bit.
It's kind of a mess. Strange decision. Some of the top filmmakers in the world, some of the biggest stars kind of waking up to find out, they thought they were making these big movies for the big screen, and now those movies are, $2 billion worth of movies are going to be used as a loss leader for a fledgling streaming service. It's a huge bait and switch.
Now he's a free agent, and every studio in Hollywood is tripping over each other to throw money at him.
It's not about money. It's about sending a message.
Universal finally wins, and they win by capitulating to all of Nolan's demands. Total creative control, a fat cut of the box office in a 3-week window after his release, where Universal agreed not to put out a single other movie. There's just one little problem with the film he wants to make next. It's a 3-hour R-rated drama about elderly men in small rooms arguing about security clearances.
My security clearance
Is security clearance.
Security clearance. Security clearance.
They're already security cleared.
But why? Why does Nolan, the man who shot flying, fist-fighting, guns a-blazing, reverse dream traveling superheroes, suddenly want to make a movie about splitting the atom?
Wow. That's difficult to answer.
I've been interested in Oppenheimer for some time. When I was 12 or 13, I think myself and all my friends were absolutely convinced that we were going to experience a nuclear war at some point in our lives. But this idea of the moment where Oppenheimer and his team couldn't entirely rule out the idea that when they let off that first device, they'd start a chain reaction that would destroy the world. That just seemed like the most incredible moment in time to take the audience to and be in that room with them. I put it in Tenet as a reference to that in that film. As a wrap gift on Tenet, Rob Pattinson, who's in that film, gave me a book of Oppenheimer's speeches from the 1950s where you see him wrestling with how the world should manage this change that they brought about.
I think when you play a meaningful part in bringing about the death of over 100,000 people and the injury of a comparable number, you naturally don't think of that with ease.
Like it or not, we are all living in the world that J. Robert Oppenheimer created. Since 1945, we have been living under that bomb. And if you look at Nolan movies, he can't get enough of certain type of men. Tormented geniuses who build things they completely lose control of. The magicians in The Prestige, Cobb's dream architecture in Inception.
Very impressive.
Even in the Batman movies, the most dangerous weapons in Gotham were built by Bruce Wayne. So naturally, he was captivated by the single most important story of the 20th century.
I think that with Oppenheimer, the translation of a relatively academic source material, a piece of history, to something more immersive or more visceral is what made it special for me.
You don't have to take a script writing course to know that most of your scripts are written in the third person. Something like, a man walks toward the house, a man enters the house. But Nolan decides to write his nuclear bomb script in first person.
So instead of going Oppenheimer across to the window, it says, I this, I that. And it gave you, as a reader, that visceral, that subjective Oppenheimer experience.
I was indicating to everybody involved in the production that we're going to be in Oppenheimer's head.
Oppenheimer is the rare script written like this. Nolan figured if the movie is told from one man's point of view, the audience sees what he sees. So Nolan needs an actor whose eyes are the movie. And when we talk about eyes, there's only one guy in the business whose eyes look like they've already seen the bomb.
I'm looking at the cover of American Prometheus with Oppenheimer with this intense blue-eyed stare.
And I thought, well, I know who could do that.
He called me out of the blue, as he always does, or rather Emma called me, because Chris doesn't have a phone. He brought this over to me in Dublin. He came from America. It's always printed on red paper with black ink, unhelpfully, I guess to prevent against photocopying, but I don't know who photocopies in 2024. I always know they're going to be phenomenal, but this one was another level. And then the ending, I was just kind of dumbstruck.
Almost 10 years ago, there was a show called Manhattan on WGN America. And WGN America, if you're not familiar, is that channel you end up on at 3 a.m. to get your fill of regional farm reports.
Farming is in his blood.
I like watching plants grow.
Well, those farm reports people, they wanted Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer too. But gladly for Nolan, it didn't work out.
There are forces beyond our control.
And Bob's your uncle, Murphy, he really commits. The real Oppenheimer was 5'10" and weighed about 115 pounds. So Murphy drops a whole lot of weight.
How many pounds did you lose?
Oh, I'm not entirely sure. I stopped kind of weighing myself, after a while.
When it wasn't registering on the scale?
Emily Blunt even joked he was surviving on a single almond a day.
No, this is apocryphal. I mean, I had a bit more than that. I was kind of reducing calories and all that stuff.
So it helped you kind of get there.
Yeah, he was insecure about his, physicality. But you had this brilliant, this hugely strong mind and this really frail body. So it was kind of useful. But I had more than one almond a day. For sure, I wouldn't recommend anyone exists an almond a day.
Then there's Emily Blunt.
I didn't know the process, right? So I didn't know if you were meeting sort of countless other people. So we talked for an hour or so, and then he's just very casual, and he goes, so, it's a part of his wife, and, would you like to take a look? And you're like, is this an offer? It's like... So then I went into the living room, read the script. It was just so heart-racing.
He needed a gal who could walk into a room and instantly make everyone else feel small and stupid.
I know that, thank you. She's a fireball and complicated and not the archetypal sort of conformist of 50s housewife, I read this line in American Prometheus that Chris encouraged us to read, and it said, she didn't do small talk, she only did big talk. And it was so emblematic of the character, really. I remember Chris saying when we did the camera test, we were in our prosthetics, and Chris went, God, I'd never want to have them over for a dinner. I don't like your phrase.
Then he gets Robert Downey Jr. Many years ago, Downey wanted to play the Scarecrow in Batman Begins.
Oh, I can relate to that.
Really?
Yes.
He sits down with Nolan, who couldn't be less interested. He'd already given the part to Cillian Murphy.
Having seen Cillian's test, they were very, very happy to put him in there. It's why I do what I do.
2 decades later, Downey is Iron Man. Nolan calls him up.
I went over to his house, I read it, I was mind blown, and then Chris said, when do you do it?
He wants him to be a bald, petty, miserable old man.
Me and Adam dropped character till I'd done a DVD commentary.
The direction, in Downey's own words, was, sometimes you're Mozart. This time it's Salieri.
There was a very kind of bittersweet Salieri vibe to it that I just loved. They don't want me in the cabinet room. Oh, that's fine.
Now, I don't know if it was the role of a lifetime, or if he just really had a 20-year grudge against Cillian Murphy. But they handed him his first Oscar win after losing twice before.
Thanks, bro.
Now Nolan wants Matt Damon. But to snag him, he had to use a loophole. You see, Damon was in couples therapy. He sits down with his wife in front of a licensed professional and says, I'm done with the movies. I'm taking a long break to focus entirely on us. Unless Christopher Nolan calls.
And this is without knowing whether or not he was working on anything, because he never tells you.
But why?
Why? How about because this is the most important fucking thing that ever happened in the history of the world?
This is a true story. The one caveat to my taking time off was if Chris Nolan called.
Right on cue, Nolan calls.
He showed up in New York on a Friday night with the script. We're having dinner, and I can't read it till tomorrow morning. So he left the script with me overnight, which is very rare. But he said before he left, how fast do you read? And I said, I read at the exact pace that the movie's going to go. He said, what time will you start reading? And I thought about it. I said, Chris, I'm going to start reading at exactly 9 a.m. And he said, I'll be here at noon. And at 12 o'clock, he showed up. He said, what'd you think? And I just kind of blurted out, I have no notes, which was, to me, the greatest thing you could say to another writer. You just go like, well, look, man, I have nothing to say. This is amazing. But when Emily met with him like a week later, she was effusive in her praise and very articulate. And he was like, oh, it's better than I got from Matt. He had no notes.
No notes, yeah. Chris was like, it was a little better than Damon's reaction to it.
He wants him to play General Leslie Groves.
I felt that, Matt is the guy who can do that, who can project the truth of that, of what he was a hard ass. He was a very manipulative person, also very smart. But I think that Matt finds a way to not alienate the audience from that, to kind of draw them into that.
Nolan loves using Damon's face to trick people. He did it in Interstellar. He spends an hour and a half building this astronaut up as the finest, bravest man in human history.
Remarkable, Dr. Matt.
You finally see him, and it's Matt Damon. You relax, you completely trust him, and then he tries to murder everybody. In this one, he does the exact opposite. Damon plays a screaming jerk for 3 hours.
What the hell were you doing in Chicago?
But you never quite hate him, because he looks like Matt Damon.
Be a smart ass.
And right at the very end, he proves you right. Turns out to be a decent guy.
I hope I didn't lead anyone to believe otherwise for an instant.
And the rest of the cast, it's just ridiculous. Gary Oldman comes in for exactly one scene to play Harry Truman.
You helped save a lot of American lives.
Rami Malek is there for 2 minutes. Add in a dash of Casey Affleck, Florence Pugh, Dane DeHaan, Josh Hartnett, Kenneth Branagh, and James Remar. And half of them have less screen time than it took me to say their names.
What more do you want? Mermaids.
So the cast is all set. They're ready to sit in these tiny, sweltering rooms for 14 hours a day.
We shot in this shitty little tiny room. There's like, I don't know how many guys in there, maybe 15.
Yeah, it's super tight. As you can see, our cameras here. I mean, everybody is crammed in here.
And this massive IMAX camera. And it was like, we weren't able to take the walls out or anything like that.
But Nolan, he decides that's not complicated enough. He needs to invent a new kind of film, because Oppenheimer is really 2 movies braided together.
In the case of this film, I knew I needed 2 story strands, and I needed to distinguish them visually.
I really want people to feel the difference between when they're watching the color sequences, they're in his head. They're seeing just what he saw and experiencing the world the way he saw it. Black and white, we're more in Robert Downey Jr.'s character, Louis Strauss. We're more in his point of view. We're looking at Oppenheimer from across the room rather than right over his shoulder. And black and white and color is a nice sort of subliminal way of doing that.
How are we going to do it? Because 65mm black and white was a format that didn't exist.
They invented IMAX black and white for certain sequences.
This movie. One of our first phone calls was to Kodak. We asked, can you make it? They said, maybe. They really stepped up to the challenge and they said, let us try to do it.
It's not just with Kodak, but black and white film was made, but then we had to process it and make sure that it would splice properly. Hundreds of hours of work between our team at IMAX and Photocam and Chris's technicians.
Each stock has its own color. We're shooting black and white right now, so we're using this black and white checkered tape.
I had never shot with an IMAX camera. So they start rolling, and I immediately am just like, is everything okay back there? Because that camera sounds broken. I look over and I make direct eye contact with Chris, and he's just like, just go.
Welcome to Los Alamos. In 1943, the United States Army built the most secret town in human history. The best scientists walked these streets.
The real Los Alamos was very expansive and big and epic, and the U.S. government spent about $2 billion in 4 years.
But today, there's a Starbucks on the corner. You can go see where they invented the mechanism to vaporize cities, and then get a Frappuccino.
It's paradoxical, and yet it works.
So they obviously can't shoot here, and Nolan decides to build a town as a giant set out in the New Mexico desert.
For success.
There's just one little problem. He doesn't have the money for it. Now, usually this is not an issue for Christopher Nolan, but it turns out building an entire town from the ground up is a little bit too much, even for him.
We had many times we thought, how are we going to do this? The first week in the office, I was like, Chris, Los Alamos is massive.
All his money is tied up in the filming schedule. Originally, they planned a long 85-day shoot for this picture. From what I understand, every single day you're out there, it cost around $1 million. So Nolan looks at the budget and makes a proposal. He says, let's just cut a month off the schedule and use this money for what the audience could actually see, which is a fancy way to tell everybody to hurry up.
Yeah, I had, I think, less than 8 weeks to get this entire thing ready. This is where we were going to start.
Production designer Ruth DeYoung found a desert plateau called Ghost Ranch and rebuilt the entire town from scratch.
Build him a town.
There was no interest on Chris's part to use any CGI or post work, no set extensions, so everything needed to be built 360 in camera. All of it. Main Street was more, it serviced from the bar and the school and the hospital and the laundry and the trading post, and there was a theater, there was a church. It was 25 total 360 sets, one of them being a massive building with a bridge coming out of the main lecture hall.
And even a 100-foot steel structure, exactly to spec, the same height as the one the real bomb hung from. They shot on it for only 6 days.
Climbing the tower was fantastic because I remember that day in the story, there's meant to be a storm, you know, and then a storm arrives. That's typical Chris. He wills it into reality.
This brings us to the explosion itself. The entire marketing campaign was built on it.
0.
By the time the movies hit the theaters, folks were buying tickets just to sit in a dark room and watch a bomb go off. So you're sitting there, the movie builds it all up, and then... is that it? It's true. They didn't use computer graphics. What Nolan's team did was take a large tank of gasoline out to the desert and lit it on fire.
On top, we have about 60 gallons of gasoline with some high explosive.
That's the problem. It looks exactly like what it is, a big tank of gasoline lit on fire. It doesn't look like the world-ending mushroom cloud that every human being has had pictured in their head since 1945. Now, the genuinely humbling part for Mr. Nolan is that other filmmakers have been making the bomb terrifying for 40 years. You go back to 1983. There was a movie called The Day After. Mahoney was in it. They dropped a nuclear weapon right on top of Mahoney in Kansas. 100 million Americans watched it.
700 people packed Riverside Church tonight to watch The Day After. Many said they came here because they were afraid to watch it alone.
And it totally spooked Ronald Reagan. He wrote in his diary that the picture left him feeling greatly depressed. Now, I don't know what usually cheers up a president of the United States, but apparently the vaporization in Mahoney didn't. Then the next year, the British made a picture called Threads, just the most harrowing thing you've ever seen in your life. Then in 1991, James Cameron gave Sarah Connor her nuclear nightmare, a scene actual nuclear weapons technicians called one of the most accurate ever put on film. The one that really should haunt Christopher Nolan arrived 6 years before Oppenheimer from David Lynch. In Part 8 of Twin Peaks, Lynch points his camera at the exact same Trinity test. It is the most horrifying version of the bomb anyone has ever filmed, and it is 100% computer generated. Ouch. But the decision to not use CGI had also achieved a great outcome. This is a movie about quantum physics, which creates a bit of a problem. Because I don't know if you're a science buff, but atoms are very small. You can't just point a gigantic IMAX camera at an empty table and yell, "Action!"
No.
So the Nolan gang just build the universe by hand on a tabletop. They're swirling paint and silver glitter in a fish tank. They're smashing glass. They're throwing sparks around, playing with fire. Then they slow the tape down, and suddenly a few inches of messy desk garbage looks like the birth of the cosmos.
Chris is almost in the bed with me with some fucking thing that's going around in front of the camera for real. And people will look at that and they think, oh, that's, done in post, but it's not. It's Chris like spinning this thing that you see and it's all for real.
But the real joy of a Christopher Nolan movie is the stuff he hides in for the nerds. Take the scene where Oppenheimer puts on his hat.
Here it is, the signature of Robert Oppenheimer.
It's shot almost like Bruce Wayne pulling on the cowl. Because to Nolan, this skinny physicist is a superhero, and his superpowers are his brains and existential dread.
Precisely.
Then at the end, Albert Einstein is standing by a pond. He flicks a stone into the water, and the ripples just keep spreading, which is a metaphor for a nuclear chain reaction. But it's also a pun, because the name Einstein means one stone in German. The man's name is One Stone, and he throws one stone. That is the kind of high-level wordplay you get only in a masterpiece movie.
Yeah.
But the next one is more elegant. If you look at the curtains in Oppenheimer's kitchen, they have a pattern of ginkgo leaves. The ginkgo tree was the only tree to survive the bombing at Hiroshima, and the leaves are shaped like little tiny mushroom clouds. The darkest scene in the movie is Jean Tatlock's bath time. Now officially it was ruled as a suicide, but for precisely 2 seconds, Nolan cuts to a shot of 2 black-gloved hands holding her head underwater. She was in the Communist Party, and she was dating the guy who worked on the atomic bomb. So it's not a stretch to think that the federal government might have decided she needed some physical assistance washing her hair. But the scene is in color, and in this movie, color means it's subjective. So we see what Oppenheimer thinks happened.
Is anyone ever going to tell the truth about what's happening here?
Throughout this movie, you only see one victim of a nuclear blast.
World!
Oppenheimer is having a hallucination at a victory rally based on a Picasso painting he saw in one of the previous scenes.
We'll remember this day.
He looks out into the crowd, and he sees a young woman whose face melts right off her skull. And the woman is played by Flora Nolan, the director's own daughter. When the press asked him why, Nolan said, "If you create the ultimate destructive power, it will also destroy those who are near and dear to you." So the movie finally comes out in July of 2023. And it just so happens that by pure accidental coincidence, it opens on the same day as Barbie.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Now the internet, in its infinite wisdom, decides to smash them together. Barbenheimer.
Barbenheimer's real.
My suggestion would be Barbie first, Oppenheimer for lunch, and then a Barbie chaser.
The movie makes almost $1 billion. $1 billion for a movie where the thrilling climax is a closed-door bureaucratic hearing about a man's government security badge.
If we did it, they would have to do it. Our efforts would only fuel their efforts, just as it had with the atomic bomb.
You see, the internet took the two most antithetical things in the universe and organically willed them into a mandatory cultural event. People were buying tickets to be a part of a giant inside joke. The studios couldn't have bought that kind of marketing if they had the entire Manhattan Project budget. But before everybody can take a victory lap, they have the world premiere in London. The actors walk the red carpet, give interviews, and right before the projector turns on, the actors union calls a strike. So the entire cast just stands up and leaves.
I think, where did you go, Killian? In true Irish fashion, I went to the bar.
Christopher Nolan has to get up on stage and tell a theater.
We have to acknowledge you've seen them here earlier on the red carpet. Unfortunately, they're off to break their picket signs for what we believe to be an imminent strike by SAG.
How long were you at the bar?
We stayed till 4 a.m.
It was a good night, yeah.
Oh, that is a really good night.
Yeah.
And then came the Oscars. The same Academy that had snubbed Christopher Nolan so many times you could make a grim 3-hour R-rated movie about it. But that night, Oppenheimer won 7 Academy Awards. Best Picture.
The Oppenheimer.
Wow.
Best Actor for Murphy. Best Supporting Actor for Downey. And at long last, Best Director for Nolan himself.
Christopher Nolan Oppenheimer.
After 20 years of Hollywood executives telling him, Chris, your movies are just too cold and too complicated, he finally takes home the gold statue for his coldest, most perplexing work yet.
Movies are just a little bit over 100 years old. I mean, imagine being there 100 years into painting or theater. We don't know where this incredible journey is going from here, but to know that you think that I'm a meaningful part of it means the world to me. Thank you very much.
Now you better believe we're going to make a video about the Odyssey. Of course we are. That's what we do. But not while half of you still can't get in to see it. We'll do it later, when it finally comes out on digital. When everybody's had their turn, and there's nothing left for us to ruin for you. But until then, I'm asking you for one big favor. Go and see it yourself. Don't let the internet do your watching for you.